Okay, so yeah. Since my stream is apparently staying pretty steady, I'll just recap real quick. So yes, we completed the main story, and the Queen of Levant, sorry, turned into a god or goddess. I don't know if they make that distinction, but she is now a deity, which is cool, I guess. I don't really know the implications of that for the world of Outward, and I don't know if that happens every time you do the main story, but that's neat. She's not here. There's something, I went and interacted with the throne, and there was something about, like, you may not sit here now, or something like that, so I wonder if, like, you know, I could have ruled over Levant in some way, but it doesn't really matter. But yeah, we are here now. And so with finishing the main story, we now have to decide what we want to do. Am I trying to improve my character and buff it some more by maybe getting into Enchanting, which I have no clue how Enchanting works? Or do I want to go into the DLC? As far as I know, the DLC is a rather long commitment. I think there's 2 DLCs. One of which is somewhat of a long commitment. Like, kind of one of those, you can go there but not really come back, I think, is sort of what people said. So I don't think I'm going to get into that yet. I do want to see if I can figure out maybe some bits of Enchanting, because I don't know anything about it. So, there are all these enchantments that I have no idea what to do, and there are essences that are required for enchanting, so I have no idea what that's all about either. But I guess we're gonna do some of that. Hey Helia, how's it going? Oh, what the heck, did I drop that? Oh, you need the... Okay, interesting. These are like a component or something. Ah, okay, so there are pillars that they have specific placements, and then you need a specific thing. Conditions fog in the Enmerkar Force. Wow, this is wild. That's for Rainbow Hex. Chrysalis incense, don't have that. Morpho incense, no idea what that is. This is all armor so far. Monarch incense, no idea. Conditions day. That's wild. I did see the kitchen that you shared on your Discord for Vintage Story. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I'm not that creative, but that looked really awesome. I like the tiled floor. That was really nice. I'm doing okay. I'm not sick, but let me put this closer. I'm not sick, but I am a little... My allergies are acting up, and that's after I took some allergy medication. So I don't really know what to do about that other than exist. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. The thing that's weird about that too with the allergies is that I've had my windows open, like I was outside all day Saturday pretty much. I had my windows open all day yesterday, and then I've had them open all night and all day today so far, and it's only been like the last, like, you know, hour that they've really started acting up. And I take like all day allergy relief medication, so that shouldn't be wearing off or anything like that. The floor is the most basic thing in there. Probably. I'm not... I'm not that creative when it comes to things. I just like things looking nice, and it looks nice. The floor was my favorite thing because I never really put too much effort into a custom floor for a specific room in Vintage Story. I don't know. Vintage Story has two types of players, and I feel like I'm the second type. You have one type that is all about taking it slow, enjoying the game, just going through the motions. Oh, look, it's winter. Oh boy, okay, like, we're just gonna sit inside the house, we're gonna chisel and snuggle up against the fire. And then you got people like me that are like, how can I make progress all the time? How can I build a super highway, but also when it's snowing? How can I not starve and freeze, but also not have to invest in getting gear? Like, a min-maxing thing. Like, I get into that. For me, my kitchens and stuff are usually like utility. It's like, is it made out of dirt? Sure. But does it have ovens? Yes. Then I'm okay with this. I just, I don't get into like the design and the crafting and the chiseling of like really cool architecture and stuff. It's not that I don't appreciate it. I just, my brain has like this like incessant need to try to optimize everything all the time. If I'm sitting there just chiseling a wall, then I'm not, you know, smithing a new weapon or whatever, you know? That's why I do challenge runs, because there's like a goal. I have to try to get this done in a year, and that just works really well with my brain. Of course, I feel like that in my entire life. I don't really have I mean, I have time to sit down and play things, but like, I never sit back and take it slow in my normal life. I'm always trying to optimize and do something. Even if it's not a video game, I'm trying to like, all right, I've got an hour. What can I do in an hour? Sometimes people would be like, I'm just gonna chill, you know? I'm gonna read. I'm gonna do something else. For me, it's like, no. How do I spend this hour the most wise I possibly can? And if I don't do that, how do I not hate myself forever for missing this hour? Like, I'm legitimately upset with myself today. The goal was to have a video posted by noon, and I was reviewing the video, but I didn't have enough time to finish all the editing I wanted to do because I got sidetracked because my GPU is dying on me. So I need to get a new GPU, but that meant looking at prices for GPUs and relevant, whatever, motherboards and all the other computer stuff that goes along with it. And so I spent 2 hours of the time I was going to spend working on the video on shopping for GPU stuff. And comparing specs and prices and things like that, which is, it's not time wasted. It's information I need to know if I have to get a new GPU, but I'm disappointed that I didn't invest it instead in the video making. Because the goal was to have that out today. It's gonna be out today, it's just not gonna be at noon. And then now my brain is like, oh yeah, so since you didn't get this out at noon today, then you're not allowed to have any fun for the rest of the day. You need to get to work on your next video so that you can make up the missed time. Because all in all, this video that I'm posting now wasn't supposed to take 2 weeks. It just took me like 4 or 5 days to figure out what I wanted to make a video on. I try to have ideas in advance, but I legitimately just hit a block where I was like, I don't know what to make for content. So, I'm already disappointed by that. Oh boy, I might be stuck. Let's not. That's just how my brain is. My brain just absolutely needs to optimize everything. So, okay, casually sliding into this base like there's nothing happening here. Yeah, we're more like the island will be our creative project, and then everything off that island is for progression. Yeah,
Stay safe.
I don't have a relaxed thing. I should play Vintage Story just to chill, but sort of with this game, I beat the main story, and so now part of me, last Friday I was really busy, and I could have rushed home and tried to record and stuff. I really could have, and streamed and everything, but like, I was like, why? I don't know what I'm going to do in Outward. I beat the main story, so I'm like, I don't really know. Like, if there is not a North Star to follow, my brain just short circuits and gives up. And usually in a game, that North Star is the story and completing the story, and that means I can then, like, backtrack and go, okay, I need to get to here, so I need to get to here, so I need to get to here, which means I need these things, which means I need these things, so start here. My brain is just that all the time. Not me sitting in chat waiting. Yeah, it was a bit of a short notice, but I did try to cancel the stream. I think I canceled it like 10 minutes before I was supposed to start streaming, and I went to the stream schedule and just went, yeah, I can't do that today. And now, as an affiliate, you do get some extra tools, like being able to make little posts and stuff like that, but I don't know how any of that works, and I wasn't at my computer. So, yeah, the unfortunate thing with that was, since I don't know what I'm doing with that, and not at a computer, I can't really take the time to learn it and do it. So I did the best I could. It would have meant cutting my time short with my mom, and we were hanging out and just catching up on things and having a good time, and we hadn't done that in a little bit, so I was like, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna hang out with her and not rush home immediately and be like, sorry mom, I know we wanted to do a couple more things, but I'm not doing that because I gotta stream. I was disappointed that I didn't... Oh, I'm on fire. I was disappointed that I didn't get the ability to stream, but also wasn't gonna rush into it. I'm a little unprepared today, too, because like I said, I've been trying to use the best of my time and finish this video, and so I was working on that until literally a quarter to noon, which it's now 12:23. And then I was like, I haven't eaten anything, really. I had, like, an energy bar earlier, and I'm like, okay. So now I need to have food. And then I'm like, and I haven't showered, and I haven't, like, drank much liquid, and I haven't taken care of myself at all. I just, like, hyper-optimize. There's probably an ADHD thing that I have. I don't know if I have ADHD, never been actually diagnosed. But that's also because I can't afford to go to a doctor and get actually prescribed and tested and stuff. Diagnosed, I guess is the word I'm looking for. So we just live that life and then not eat for like 4 or 5 hours. They're called stories on Twitch. Okay, I don't know. Everybody's got a different thing. I saw you posted one time, and I went to look for that on my own one day, and they were like, yeah, you gotta be an affiliate. I'm like, dang, I guess I'm not doing that. That was, you know, obviously before I became an affiliate, so... $5 years to get a diagnosis. Like, that's what I've heard, is that this is the exact counter argument that people make all the time when it comes to like healthcare and stuff, Because the US is all like, no free healthcare because we don't get as good of a service as you do if, you know, you have free healthcare. And their number one argument is it takes months to get into a doctor to be seen. And I'm like, okay, but I would rather it be, you know, reduced or free and take months for me to get into the doctor than to not go for years because I can't afford it. There's a little bit of a difference there. Than to make that decision of, well, at least I can be seen in a couple weeks or a week. But, you know, it's gonna cost me $300 for the visit. Like, there's a trade-off there, and, you know, we used to maybe be able to spare that expense when workers were making enough money. When they were, like, making enough money where they had extra, by today's standards, to be an extra couple $1,000s a month. Like, yeah, I can afford a $300 bill, not a big deal. But now, you get your paycheck and it's not enough to live off of and you're in debt. So no, you can't afford something like that. Come on, stream, stabilize for me. You were just fine. Come on, stream. Not now. How do you make it 18 minutes just fine and then die? Come on. Come on. Okay. Are we good, Twitch? Are we good? I'm looking at it. I think we're good now. I think we can all refresh and everything will be happy. It just, like, died for a solid minute there, and then is now fine. No big deal. Hey, Demon, what's up? We're sweating to prevent the crash. It's stabilizing. I don't know why it decided to be unstable out of the blue. Dreamer's Root. I think I need that for something. I don't remember what. You played a lot of the beta over the weekend, yeah? And what do you think of it? I heard from most people that they kind of just improved, like, everything. I know you played a bit before and you've already mentioned it, but now that you've played more, is it still as fun, or are there things about it that you don't like? If you ignore the bugs, it's pretty sweet. Well, I feel like that's a fair assessment of most things in early access. Good. So no major issues with it. Come on, bug. You know what? I'm just gonna walk away, and he'll die eventually. Is this water? River water. Yeah, I don't want that. Another bug? Oh, this one's dead. What do we have down here? What spooky thing is gonna eat me? Maybe it's code for if you ignore the bugs, because the bugs in Outward 2 it's insanely difficult to fight. Maybe you just ignore those enemies and the game's cool. Maybe it's a criticism on enemy variety. I know it's not, but maybe that's what you mean. Hello? You look slightly different than the rest of them. Why are you more glowy? You're not really any stronger. I would like to lock onto this guy, thank you. Let's see if we can get a shot. I think I missed. More glow equals higher power level. That's typically how it goes in a video game, right? Video games have taught me anything. It's that the extra glowing one both gives better loot and is stronger. He's not that much stronger, though. I will mention, because he seems to be kind of just chilling. More bees. We ordered extra bees with our order. Oh, speaking of bees, we were talking about Vintage Story earlier. So I was playing some of the Jungle Challenge. I found bees in that world, and the mod creator was like, yeah, if you use the world gen settings I have, it's going to be insanely difficult to find bees, because they're only going to be found in altitudes that are really high, in mountains, and with these world gen settings, you're not going to have mountains, and all of that is intended because bees only spawn at certain temperatures. Yada yada, it only reaches those temperatures in the mountains. I, no joke, have found, I think, 5 different beehives in trees. And granted, they are high up in the trees, but they are above the temperatures that the mod authors said they would be. So, I don't know if there's something wrong with that or not, but I'm gonna use it. I like how they're all dumb enough to try to attack me up a cliff and not go up the nice casual ramp. Oh, ow. Was not paying attention to that. I didn't see the swarm coming after me. Occult remains, we like that. This guy gave me a lot of stuff. Toxin bomb. Haunted memory. Is that... I don't know. Could be enchanting stuff, maybe? Hackmanite. Old Legion Spear. And then a Brutal Spear. Interesting. I have an Old Legion sword that's pretty nice, honestly. But I think I'm gonna scrap them unless there's any reason why I shouldn't scrap the Old Legion Spear. I don't think so. I'm actually out of wood. Interesting. It's pretty rare, but nothing special otherwise. Got it. It didn't look special, and as far as I know, I don't have any crafting recipes that specifically call for it, so... A bugging, we will go. Oh my god, I didn't even see the mantis. Man, you'd think after like 100 hours of this game, I would probably be able to tell what a rock mantis looks like. Still no. I still cannot see them until they pop up in front of me. I mean, I can see them in the overworld, but if they're in a cave like this, no. Not at all. I gotta say, I am enjoying Outward quite a bit. Like, more than I thought I would, honestly. Okay, we're good on the bow durability. I was just saying at the beginning of this that I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't stream on Friday because I just didn't really have the time to. But also part of me was like unsure what to do other than DLC, and my brain works in a really weird way. If I beat the main story of a game, my brain's like, okay, it's over. You did the main story. And I know there are a lot of games where the DLC is better than the base game. But like, I would like, there's just something about my brain because the fact that DLC is DLC and extra stuff added on top of the base game. My brain just goes like, all right, you did the thing. You played the game. You're done. And I have to constantly tell it like, no, there's more stuff to see. Probably cooler stuff. Probably better things. But that's not how my brain works. How do I get up here? I imagine I drop down or something. Unless I can I? Oh, heck yeah. Movement tech. Oh, what? Another rock mantis. Great. Well, maybe I can movement tech again and then I won't have to fight him. Heck yeah. I am the superior person here. I have the intellect, and the mantis has the legs, apparently. Goodbye. So what's back here? This was obviously... Ooh, this is a one-way down. Got it. Well, then I'm going this way. DLC is cool, but harder than anything I've done so far. For me, games like this are really hard to watch on streams. I'm sorry that I lurk so often while you play this. That's fair. Everybody has their games that they are interested in not. And if this isn't your thing, it's not your thing. It's hard to follow an RPG unless you either play it and love it yourself or are invested in the story. Which, I'm not particularly invested in the story so much, but I am enjoying the gameplay of this game. The story's fine. It's just, I don't think it's like that amazing. The coolest thing was the fact that a lady turned into a god. Like, that's not something that happens in a lot of other games. They talk about it in their lore. They'll be like, ah, yes, you know, in the dawn of time, so-and-so was turned into a god. And you're like, why can't we see that? That would be cool. So this game actually sort of did that. They didn't really show her transforming. She was just there, then she kind of just showed up. Yeah, but even if I am interested in the story and all that, I'll just miss big chunks of it since I can't always watch the stream all the time. And that's fair. Yeah, you're not... Honestly, with this game, you're not really missing much. Like, there's not a whole lot to this game. It's just unique in its own way. So, like, the story isn't like, oh my god, best story I've ever seen. The gameplay isn't, oh my god, best gameplay I've ever experienced. But the combination of the story and the gameplay and the survival aspects of it is really a unique experience by itself. So, like, the combat is rudimentary. You've got light and heavy attacks. You've got sort of combos that you can do, but not really. There's, like, one combo. You've got some quick skills that you can do, like kicking, rolling, you know, like backstabs, shield bashes, that type of stuff, which cost stamina and have a cooldown, which is pretty common in a lot of, like, MMOs and other types of, and other, like, RPGs and stuff like that. So that's not really anything unique that this game has. But it's the exploration is honestly the best part of this game. The vast open world with the elements of, like, it's the desert, so it's really hot during the day and really cold at night. And having to combat those elements while also dealing with hunger and your health and the fact that your character just naturally gets tired over time. So you have to sleep or you have to have things that essentially wake you up. Like, it's managing all of that on top of there's combat, and then you've got, like, the equipment load. You know, that's what makes this game fun, is because you have to think about all of these things before you really commit to anything. If you go on a journey, you have to think about, do I have food? It's a lot like Vintage Story in that regard. Because Vintage Story is the same way. You want to go anywhere, it's like, okay, did I bring like 3 crocs worth of food or like 12 pies with me to get through this? Because if I didn't, it's going to take me a long time to get back. So, in terms of the, like, content that I've done, it can be summarized in a couple paragraphs. You know, I started in a town, I left the town to go on an adventure, and help pay back my debt when all of a sudden kind of a bunch of things happen at once. Like, a bunch of people leave and there's a war that's kind of been ongoing, and everybody that you know kind of joins a specific part of each, like, of the factions that are involved in the war. And so it's like, okay, so then you have to pick, do you go with this person, or this person? You make your decision, and then you have a... Honestly, it's like three story quests, and then you end it. At least it is for this city, Levant, that I started with. Because I think all I did for this quest was went to a meeting, found out that like somebody's trying to betray the city. This was actually, I think, a side quest that I found out it was the prince, or one of the princes of the royal family. They had him executed. And then, let's see, there was, basically people inside the town, like, the town is split faction-wise in terms of, like, people who are supporting the monarchy and who aren't. So you have to go investigate and see if you can, like, weed out all those that are in favor of the old regime versus the new regime. And then eventually it comes to a boiling point where your friend who you followed to this city wants to support a, not even old regime, but the new regime. And, you, like, confront him and the captain of the guard that you've been serving, who tried to instill martial law. And when you do that, then there's, like, a big old... You go to the peace talks, there's a big old battle, like, that... The peace talks, not really, but sort of get interrupted by, like, an attack. And so you fight with everybody, and the way this all gets resolved is that this city here gets a deity that watches over it and is officially declared independent. And basically makes it a bunch of other, like, agreements to try to moderate their own, like, weapon supply and stuff to make sure that war doesn't break out ever again. And because this city now has its own deity in charge of it, you know, it is not just recognized as an independent nation, but has the power to be an independent nation, because who's gonna mess with a deity? So, like, that's kind of it. Like, I know that sounds like a lot, but, like, it's kind of not at the end of the day. Because I did all that in, like, 4 quests. This isn't like, oh, I spent, like, 400 hours going around and running around and all these quests and had to find all this hidden stuff. It was like, go here, go here, go here, go here. Okay, you're kind of done. And that's way oversimplifying things, but, like, at the same time, it is basically what happened. Yeah, and that's the thing that makes this game, like, interesting, is all of that I explained was for one fraction of the story that you can experience, but you're not going to experience it in one playthrough. This is for the Levant storyline, but there's a Cierzo-esque storyline with the Blue Chamber, and that Cierzo's the starting town, and there's a Hallowed Marsh, like, Holy Mission storyline that all aligns with it and adjusts those quests and has different endings and different people you talk to and that type of stuff. And they have different quests that go along with it, like, that go, these parallel quests that go alongside it and all this other stuff. Like, you can do those as any character, apparently, the parallel quests, but, like, they're sort of meant to be at the same time as the main quest with that faction. So, like, this game gets more rich the more you play it. But as a single playthrough, you put maybe... It takes a long time to do everything, so you probably put, like, I don't know, 60 to 80 hours in if you really take your time. And that's not saying, like, oh, you explore every dungeon. That's just you not rushing into things and trying to speedrun it. I see you could put probably 60 to 80 hours into it, and then you'd get through a playthrough where you did most things that you have. And then you want to go through and play it again as a different build, a different character, and a different situation with a different faction. And then what if you joined this other faction but did the same build? Like, there's so many... This has replay value. It's the biggest thing, which I appreciate. This mushroom is going to die. I need to... Fragment bomb. Okay, what else can it be used in, though? Is that it? I swear... Oh, there was another recipe. No. Okay, well. Let's make the fragment bomb, because I can. Hello. 60 of those hours is cooking. Welcome, Spectre. Yes, I was just, you know, explain a film plot badlying outward. Because Helya, one of my other viewers that's regular on here, was like, I don't really get into these games when somebody's streaming them, because if I miss anything, I feel like I'm missing a lot. And so I was trying to explain, like, this game actually isn't all that complicated. The stories are relatively short, but the fun part is the combination of everything. It's the cooking, it's the traveling, it's the prepping, it's the, like, farming materials and creating a build and putting all of that together. It's the journey, but the journey isn't very long. It just, like, it's enjoying every part of the journey, kind of. This is my first time playing this game, honestly. Like, I just finished the main story last Wednesday when I last streamed. So yeah, like, I'm still pretty new to it myself. I've never done the DLCs or anything. I'm doing archery as my main. I don't know anything about what's good, what's bad, or anything like that. I'm just playing for fun. Yeah, once you finish the quest slice once, it becomes, which buff do I want for this build? Exactly. It's more about min-maxing, but when you're playing it the first time, it's worth paying attention for lore. Yeah, I'd agree. There's some stuff that, like, they do name drop and they use a lot of proper nouns and stuff when they're talking about stuff, and it's hard to tell on the first playthrough what's important and what's not. Because they'll name drop something and then you'll be like, okay.
Want to buy something?
Like the deity, Alat. Like, they kind of talk about him, but if you're not part of the, like, the holy mission or whatever, you're not part of that faction, he's a lot less relevant. The only reason why I knew that Alat was a deity is because instead of by God, they'll say by Alat. And then, like, over time, you know, they kept talking about Alat, deity, God stuff, and, like, you know, you obviously hear about him. And then you see him at the end of the Levant storyline, and you're like, okay, so yeah, he's cool. But, like, I couldn't tell you what he's the god of, if he has a specific, like, archetype to him, or if he is just, like, the only god or one of many gods. He says he's the only god that ran, like, at least this part of the world. He ran the whole, like, collective with the blue chamber and all that other stuff, but he said he couldn't handle things by himself as one god, and therefore there needed to be another god. So is he the only one and he made a second one, or is he just the only one in this part of the world and outward is, like, a region of an entire planet that they could delve further into? I don't know anything about that. Like, that's deep lore. I couldn't tell you how rich this world, like, if this world has a name, like a planet name, and then we're playing in, like, a continent, and he's the god of this continent. Like, none of that, it was ever explained. They're just like, that's Alat, he's a god. I'm like, cool, don't mess with him, got it. That was... And when you play the other factions, I'm sure they dig deeper into it, yeah. It's just kind of one of those, like, okay, God. Let's take all the things in my brain that associate with gods and understand that he's probably incredibly powerful and, you know, probably not to be messed with, and that he's, you know, some guardian deity of humanity, at least. Maybe of all life. I don't know, but, you know, the point is probably don't mess with him. Though it doesn't sound like gods are, like, all-powerful beings in this universe either, because he does mention that he's like, even I, as a god, have my limitations, which is unique, because a lot of different, like, games and lore and stuff, their gods are all-powerful. They're always, like, they might not be all-powerful where, like, one or a few are better than others, but they're, like, the supreme deity of their domain. Nothing even comes close to it. If anybody tried to step foot next to them, they could die instantly from the sheer aura of them. You know, that type of stuff is what you usually associate with a god. In this game, Alat's just chilling. He just kind of shows up and hovers there. He's big. He glows, but he's just kind of there. He's hanging out. So you can go see him, you can go talk to him. It's probably extremely rare that you can, because he's not there now, and he was there for this moment of the attack on Monsoon. But, like, he actually has a physical presence. He's not just a whisper in the void. He is, like, corporeal in some way. Which is neat. But there's a lot of, like, I just listed, like, 10 different things that I don't know about him as a deity, or this world, that I wish they just kind of covered, and they probably do if you follow more of, like, the Holy Mission, or whatever the heck that faction's called. But it does feel a little weird that, like, you can pick any of these factions, but only one sort of tells you, like, the lore of the game. Because, Levant didn't care at all about the world's origins. It was just about, yeah, go take these people out because they're ruining things. Okay. You know, like, we need food and water. Okay. Very practical, very, like, we're going to starve. They don't have time to be philosophizing about the origins of the world and deities. I have completed the Levant story. Calixa became a god in her own right. I've not done any DLC, but I completed Levant story. I even did the side quest where you find out that one of the royal princes was behind a coup to overthrow his parents, and that the Baron backed him, and so I got the Baron's house for free. Ah, that seems interesting. I think I'm gonna, Oh, we're not that strong. Okay. I just gotta not get pinned, but I can make this. Alright, what the heck are you? Molten Forge Golem. Cool. I've never been here before. I don't know what this is at all. Apologies for the sniffles you'll probably hear in the mic. My allergies are kicking my butt today. I don't particularly know why, because it has been, like, nice, and I've had my windows open, so, and I was outside all day Saturday, so, like, I've been exposed to fresh air for 3 days straight. And it's just today that my body decided, how about no more of that? Okay, body, whatever you say. Oh, hello. You're not that strong. Rogue Hunter, what's the third breakthrough? I don't have it yet, honestly. I am thinking about just getting the mercenary one. Oh, well, no, I had, I don't have the Hunter breakthrough. I have the mercenary one for so that I could have Marathoner. Oh, hello. But I don't have a third breakthrough yet. I probably should by now, but, like, I went to Monsoon to figure out if there was any cool skills I wanted there, and the answer was no, and then I kind of just beat the story. So, ultimately, I just, like, sort of, kind of didn't get a third thing. The fact that the breakthrough skills were so limited has me on edge of whether or not I actually want to get one. I thought about getting into rune magic, so my breakthrough was maybe going to be in the skill where I didn't have to have the lexicon, but I haven't explored enough with magic, and I did explore with rune magic a little bit, found out I can make like a magic sword, which is kind of cool, but and there's like a physical protection one, but I don't remember the rune combination anymore because I did it once last week. At the end of stream, so I haven't done it consistently, but I did sort of figure it out. That's why one of my quick tabs over here is rune magic. So that's kind of cool. I thought about getting into that. I don't have any other magic that I'm into either. I have very, very minimal magic. Which I'm not really against either. You know what? I have a bunch of extra bandages. I can do that. I wanted to get into archery because just about any RPG that has archery as a skill, I typically invest into. I just like archery in general. I know there's firearms and stuff, but there's just something about the simplicity of bows and arrows and not having to worry about, like, oh, metal scrap for bullets and whatever. Like, it's easy to just have metal scrap and wood arrows all the time. No struggles. I like that a lot. The pressure plate traps was because bows are weak. At least the beginning bows. And so I started speccing into traps a bit. Not really speccing, but using them on a regular basis. To try to supplement the, like, archer playstyle. And then I just invested in infinite pressure plate traps because that's really handy when you need it. I don't know anything about bows and their recipes either. The best bow I found is the horror bow, which some of my chat had not really roasted me, but they were like, oh, the horror bow is so cheap, why are you using the horror bow? And I'm like, because, dude, I found the recipes for coral horn or horror. Other than that, it's using a standard war bow or recurve bow or simple bow. I don't have, like, a million options, you know? So I think there are better bows. I think somebody mentioned something about maybe an obsidian bow, or there's another bow, but I don't have the recipes for it. I don't know how to make it. I could sit there and guess, but like, I was hoping that I'd find a recipe for it. Haven't found anything yet, so for the time being, horror bow is the one that I have and the one that I will use. Though I am curious. And then I heard that there's like enchanting, and certain enchantments are really good on certain weapons or really broken. I've never done any enchanting. I am just kind of starting to look into it right now to see if I can figure out how to do it. And it seems like it's pretty complicated, but I think I'm understanding the gist of it. I just don't have any of the components that I want for any of the enchantments that I know of. And I honestly don't want, I don't think, any of the enchantments that I have. So that's sort of the problem that I have with this game. Not really like a negative thing, but like a lot of experienced people will come in here and be like, oh man, you should totally use this thing. Let me just tell you how it works. And I'm like, I kind of want to figure it out on my own. But then the game hasn't really given me a lot of things for me to figure out on my own, you know? Like, they tell you that you can buy certain crafting recipes, but then after you buy the, like, standard crafting recipes that are available in every town, you really don't find much else. So there's gotta be, like, some really hidden ones as part of dungeon rewards, or a specific enemy drops them somewhere, but Lord knows I haven't found that yet. Nice. Good ethereal. Good haunting damage, or whatever that's called. Come here. Stay. Stay in the smoke. There we go. Good job. Nice. There's a very well hidden puzzle that the community took years to crack. Yeah, I'm sure there is. Like, this game has a lot of depth to it, which is really interesting. But like, they were, I don't want to say they were roasting me. That's not exactly the right term, but they were like, oh yeah, the horror bow is so cheap, so cheap. I actually heard some YouTuber tell me one time to never use it ever because it's just so busted. All I do is ever make them and sell them. Because I used one once and it's just easy mode for the entire game. I'm like, yo, this is one of like 2 craftable bows that I know how to make. So I picked it because I think doing poison damage over time makes this bow feel good. Because otherwise, you use Coral Horn, and that's not that good. Or you use a standard warbow, which is also not that good. I'm sure that they can be good weapons when you have Enchanting and you have the best bow that is available in the game, and you've really spec'd into a build, but bro, I'm running around with my head cut off. I got no real plans. I just have a bow in my hand and and arrows, and I'm an archer, kind of. Like, that's it. Not that I don't want to make a build, but I've literally found nothing that I've found that's been like, oh my god, this would be so amazing for me. This would make the game so much easier. The only thing that I found that I think was like, oh, this would be nice, this will be a huge upgrade, is the horror bow itself. Aside from that, I've never found anything that's been like tremendously awesome for archery. Not saying it's bad, just haven't found it. So I'm sort of doing that now. I think I'm gonna just do some dungeon hopping and explore what I can. And go from there. I keep being told that there's a special bag in the, like, Searzo area that has 110 carry weight and doesn't have any roll penalties or movement penalties, and that I should get it. And I want to go back there, but I haven't done that yet, and literally nothing has ever told me that there's something like that in that region. So it's like, man, that sounds awesome. If only the game had told me about it in some way. So, I'm not complaining. I'm a tad overwhelmed because the community's like, oh, bro, you should totally do this thing. I'm like, okay, I guess. Just, like, so lost. Most of the time, anyway. Oh, hello. I didn't even see you down there. You can just stay. That's fine. I don't need to interact with you right now. I need to go explore everything else. Well, I think it has the standard roll penalty, but I have the whatever perk that makes it so that you don't have roll penalties with backpacks. So it has the standard roll penalty, but like nothing new, nothing extra. There's nothing that's like the, what's the one? There's like the Explorer backpack or something, one of the other ones, where it's like 100 carry weight, but reduces your movement speed by 10%. So like it doesn't have anything like that. Oh, there's a middle section. Okay. I think I'm not gonna do that right now. Although I kind of want to, but like, I hear a lot of stuff. I can't exactly prep. Ah, okay, well, I guess we're fighting this beast golem up here. Hello. I was also thinking about taking my third chain skill from the hunter just to have piercing shot. It just seems like a little bit of a waste because piercing shot, it does do bleeding, which is cool. But like, that's the only thing I would get out of it is the piercing shot. I don't care about anything else. So it's like, maybe I should spec into some kind of magic or something. Because maybe that would have a better use in some roundabout way. Because apparently you can't, like, buff a bow like you can buff a melee weapon, so that's not a thing. Bows do apparently have elemental arrows, and I found some in the overworld, but also apparently those aren't craftable, so... yeah, there's a bit of that happening, too. I don't have, like, poison arrows or fire arrows I can make. I'm sure maybe you can enchant a bow with fire or something like that, or maybe you can't, I don't know. It just seems like the type of thing you might be able to do, but I don't have any fire enchantments. So, I don't think I have all the stuff to do that either. So, you know, it's a bit of me just running around being lost. first time player, I guess all the veterans of Outward can enjoy the fact that I don't know what the heck I'm doing. It's not that I don't want help, it's that I just kind of want to see if I can figure it out on my own. And there's so much to this game that, like, that takes a long time. There are quite a few hidden items all over the map. For a certain sword, you have to fail a certain quest in a certain way. Figure that one out without playing 50 times. Exactly. Like, if I... Like, somebody's told me about... like, I found the rusty sword on top of the Magic Mountain, and one of my other longtime viewers, Demon, was in here, and... he mentioned that, like, yeah, you can, like, use that with a certain combination of stuff and make a cool sword. And it's, like, a callback to a previous 9 Dots game. And, like, that's cool. And maybe I'll make that, but I'm not really a sword user, so I don't necessarily care too much about the sword, recipes and stuff like that. Like, I found some swords, I found some daggers, found some spear recipes, whatnot. But since I am an archer and I intend on using basically only bows in combat for, like, straight upgrades to my character, I'm hoping that I can find them myself. I might have to clear some dungeons, there might be some hidden bosses, there might be some secret recipes or some hinted at things, but I'm hoping I can figure that out on my own. I'm hoping, but maybe I can't. Maybe that's just not in the cards. I don't know. Obviously, somebody figured it out, but maybe they figured it out as a community with the help of, like, a bunch of people just literally testing every single weapon combination in the game or whatever. But I'm hoping it doesn't come to that point. Come here. Sword golem. Oh, nice. But at the end of the day, what will happen is, after I explore a bunch of dungeons and inevitably have no luck in finding whatever would be a nice upgrade to my character, I will then probably start asking questions of, like, alright, I've done everything I can think of, tell me what I'm missing, and then I'm sure the community will just go nuts. You know. Okay, so I'm sure that elevator is now brought down to a specific level it couldn't reach before or something. So I gotta go back around and see if I can get on that thing. Some way, somehow, by probably falling down from a higher level or something like that. So let's see if we can get back up there. Because basically my mentality is, I'm fine with doing things unoptimal. Like, I don't care if I run to a region and it turns out I need an item that I've had in my storage this entire time and, you know, can't access it because I don't have a house in that region or whatever. And I have to run all the way back. Like, I'm okay with that. But I don't really want to miss entire things. Like, oh, you were in this dungeon and I thought I 100%ed it and it turned out that there's like a whole floor I missed or whatever. Like, I'm hoping I don't miss anything that extreme. I just have to figure out how the heck to get to this elevator. Because that brought it down to here, but what's so special about that? Or is this a different elevator? There seems to be another path there. Does this take me... Okay, this takes me here. If I get off early... That's a drop down I can't come back from. Hearing sounds, so... Let's place a trap just in case. If I can give advice, look into Hexmage and Harmattan. I read that earlier, I meant to actually say that. Though, to be fair, I don't think you even buy the game without DLCs anymore. Yeah, I own it. I got the DLCs and all that. Yep. I haven't traveled to the DLCs yet, though, because from the sounds of it, it's kind of one of those, like, sort of, when you start, you sort of don't stop. Like, I don't think you're locked into that region, but it doesn't sound like it's just like, yeah, leave whenever you want. Okay, we've got a hidden door, which this is going to have more robot guys. Got it. And we already know this guy isn't that strong. Ooh, hello. You're yellow. Why are you yellow? Electricity? Yeah. I didn't want to loot him, thank you. Yeah, a timer starts. See, and like that's kind of what happens with like the main quest too, is like once you start it, you kind of get some breaks where it's like, yeah, check back in a few days. But like for the most part, there's kind of like once you start that quest, you kind of should finish it type of thing. Ooh, forged arrow. Palladium arrow, that's new. All right. See, never found those. First time I've ever seen those before. Cool. Can probably maybe make more. Ah, okay. Okay. Okay, we're figuring this out now. So now we gotta bring the elevator down and come back to here, which is probably what... Yeah, there's no lever here, so this is the back track. You gotta go back this way, drop down, run up a staircase, and then probably pull the lever... Is it this way that I went for? What is this? Wait, have I been here? I had to have been. Yeah, okay. Oh, that moves it up more. And I can't leave that way anyway. Okay. So I do have to work my way around. Yeah, those 3 days are for you to take a break and do whatever you want because there's no timer during breaks. I don't actually know though, like, so they say, yeah, you have 3 days to do X, Y, Z, whatever you want. Do you actually only have 3 days, or is it in 3 days will be the earliest time that you can pick up this quest? But you have technically infinite time without any penalties. Because I know that there are, if you don't do a quest in a certain amount of time, it can have like penalties and stuff. And won't be as optimal. Like you'll get less rewards or whatever. Worse outcomes typically. Okay, that doesn't help. But if I go around now. If I can make it over there. Not this way. I'll figure this out. I don't remember any of these paths, but one of these ways. Down is not exactly what I want to do, but I might have to go down to go up. Oh, hello, Mantis. You must have been behind this wall that's now open. Goodbye. Second one, infinite time. Got it. Coil lantern, hey. I already have one of those, but that's neat. Now I got another one. My poor backpack really doesn't like me right now. Okay, but I was over here. Is this open now? It is open now. Heck yeah. Alright, I think I'm figuring this out. I just realized that I'm not seeing the warnings for my ad breaks when they're popping up because Streamlabs is being weird, so I'm using a different software for that. But that also means it's not telling me when ad breaks are, so apologies if I'm not giving the warnings. I actually can't see both YouTube and Twitch and my ad break timer all at the same time. Yeah, I know the game isn't paused. I needed it paused so that I could go to my other monitor, like, at least in menu screen. But I know it's not actually paused. I felt pretty safe where I was, so... Okay, I'm definitely missing something. Because this brings me back up to here. There was another middle section where I could roll off as the elevator was going up or down. But this brings me back to that room. That room. And this brings me back up to... wherever this is. Okay. This area. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Don't want that. Well, maybe I do if I want to leave. But I feel like, no, I don't. Yeah, it is slightly annoying, but I kind of appreciate that, like, you need to actually press pause to pause the game. I sort of appreciate it. I just was doing it so that I could check my OBS stuff that's up on my other monitor. But, yeah, I mean, I honestly don't mind this. It's kind of cool that you can, like, have the game running. It reminds me a lot of Dark Souls. So I'm totally fine with that. Find a safe spot and just chill instead of having to... The only thing is that, like, Dark Souls doesn't have food that you have to deal with, so... You know, that's a kind of a different issue on its own. I can't access that from here anyway. I have to go back to the Mantis room. Wherever the heck that was. You think I'd know by now. Go through the clean water area. Go through here. And we come back around. There's this cool, like, red glowing crystal thing, but I've seen nothing that lets me interact with it. So I guess it's just decoration. Wish I could do something with it, though. There's no way forward through here. It's just a wall. Rolling off early takes me to an area that I kind of can't do anything about, and then that got me access to Palladium and a weird roundabout way back to this main room. So now the question is, what does this do for me? Because I can't leave, I don't think. With it the way that it is now, I don't believe I can leave the standard way. So this had to have done something for me in some way. Or I don't exactly know what. The amount of food our character eats, yeah, I know. You can eat like a whole pie, and then like 5 minutes later, he's like, all right, ready for another pie. This just takes me back down into the water area. So what the heck am I missing? Because if I roll off, then I go up there, and I can only get down this way. So what would the point of that be? I'm gonna go back. Because otherwise, I've got to flip it back around, and then I can leave. But I feel like there's a reason why I would have to have it doing this, where I'm able to access it from this room. All the way up here. There's got to be something I'm missing. Can't go any further down. Unless... No. No, that looks pretty clearly like some water or something. Yeah, so you don't go more down. This helped me find the coil lantern. And then this took me back up to the top. If I roll off there, that does nothing. I'm pretty certain there's not a roll off on this side. And then now I'm here at the top. And that does nothing for me. So I guess I leave this way. Although this did spin around, so now that I'm back at the very top, is there something different? That's the exit. I guess this is the original way I went, so I guess I explored the whole thing? Let me know if I missed anything, I suppose. If anybody actually knows. Was the loot in that really a coil lantern? Like, neat. They're not common. I happen to have one because of this series of side quest, where the guy makes one for you, but cool, I suppose. Fairly complex puzzle. Well, what did I miss? You can just tell me at this point. Like, if there's stuff, I want to get it. I want to know how to do this. But I did flip the tower around and took the lift, so now I can't go the standard way. I have to go this side way. But, like, this is a point where I will ask, like, how do I do the thing so that I don't miss anything? Like, I'm not above asking questions and having people tell me the answer to things, but I just don't have any other ideas now. I've run through it like 2 or 3 times with the thing turned both ways and having activated the elevator as many ways as I can tell. So, if you have an idea of how I do this, I am definitely down to hear it. I'm not unreasonable, I just like to try my hand at it first, and then once I'm lost, I will admit I'm lost. It feels like there had to be more to this dungeon. It really did, so I was pretty certain. Oh look, another power coil. I suppose I'm grabbing that. I'm just gonna wander around. After the coil lantern, did I pull the lever? Yes. That rotated the central spire around the elevator 90 degrees. Or whatever. 180 degrees. Not 180. 90 degrees. Because now this barricade that I used to be able to walk through has flipped to this side. And the elevator now has to be accessed from this area. I can go back there and do it again, though, if I have to. Because now, this has a bottom part of the elevator, which will take me down to the coil lantern-ish area. So take this down. There's nothing on my way down. I already explored that. But the coil lantern was over here. And then, oh, hello, iron ore. I'll wait on that. I did pull a lever that turned the thing around, but that wasn't... up here, this lever opens this door, or closes this door, either one of these. And then over here, this lever controls the elevator. And then this lever took me up, and I saw that gap, which I had already been through. There's nothing down that path. When you go to the top, step out, bring down the elevator, and you should be able to step up on top. Yeah, so when I do this... Yeah, and then you step up on this, and you can pull the elevator. This just takes me out, though, as far as I can tell. Because there's nothing here, and then this goes back to the exit. It's just a different path to the exit. This door was locked, I believe, before. There was a gate here that prevented me from going this way, I think. Because this was the main way that I got in the dungeon, because I had to go past these sparkly pillars. And this does nothing, because that controls it from this side. If I send the elevator down again. Is there yet another up? Oh. There is. See, I would have missed that entirely. I didn't think about that. There we go. Thank you. Ooh, what's this? Still seems to have power, but something just outside the dungeon is interfering with its magical field. I should go out and look. Yeah, sure. Is this a boss battle? We're just gonna do this. And do this. See, I totally missed that. I thought there was only 2 levels to it, and so I did the 2 levels. The top level being the one that took me to the exit. I didn't even think about the fact that it would take me up even more potentially. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. I can get 90% of the way there, but I'll inevitably miss something. Let's perhaps place one of these and figure this out. And if you're a freaking golem, then fire's probably not going to do much to you, but I am totally ready. Oh, you're not that tanky. I can deal with you. In fact, I might be able to save some trap. There we go. Sword golem, nothing crazy. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I tend to miss one thing. 1 or 2 things when I'm doing a dungeon by myself. So, that's often where I'll be like, let me see what I can figure out. And then I'll definitely ask for help when I feel like I'm missing something. Also, it's cold. I should probably wait a little bit. Should have maybe tried repairing the pickaxe, but honestly, might as well just not worry about it. Get to sleep. Something outside this dungeon. So yeah, it wasn't the sword golem. Didn't think so. I just couldn't see much because it was nighttime, so let's go out here now. Now, what's the deal? Another sword golem. I don't exactly want to fight those if I can help it right now. They don't really give the best loot. Fire arrow, iron scrap. I should be picking the wood off of a tree and making myself more arrows. I got a lot of metal scrap, but not anything to make arrows out of. Wow. I didn't realize I had that much metal scrap. Oh. Bonk. Whoops. Sorry about that. Ad break in about 3 minutes. Okay. I should have placed a trap down before all this. I don't know what I'm thinking. Ow. Ow. Okay, dude. No, I really have to drop this pack or leave. I can't fight this thing. Yeah, no, I can't fight this thing with overweight. I gotta be able to roll. Come on, straight for me. Okay. Right. I need to pick up the pack first, because if I don't, and I pick this up, it moves into my pocket, and then that can over-encumber me and cause issues. I had that happen once. That wasn't fun. It was, I think, last stream even, I accidentally picked up... I don't remember what it was now. Something. Jerky, I think it was, from a bandit. And then I took off my pack and looted bandits again. And it put all the jerky in my pouch. And caused me to be overweight, and then I couldn't move. So a hyena ate me. Or something like that. It was the dumbest way to die. It's like, man, you know that I can't move if you put, like, 20 pieces of jerky in my inventory, so put it in my bag. Ah, whirling spear. What is that? That seems pretty neat. Not gonna be able to move worth a crap. Artifact Spear of the Cabal of Winds. It was forged to slay horrors who are weak to lightning. See? Even that bit of information is amazing, because I never could have told you that horrors were weak to lightning. Never could have told you. I don't have anything really that does lightning damage. I just got palladium arrows, which I'm not sure I can make. I tried doing palladium scrap and wood for palladium arrows like you would do iron arrows or whatever standard arrows, but that didn't do it. So either it's a different, slightly different recipe, or you can't make them like you can't make fire arrows. Apparently, anyway. I was kind of told that you can't make it, or at least you don't really get them until it's an end game thing. I'm not entirely sure. But it seems like making this the special elemental arrows isn't really a thing you can do, maybe. And that's the thing, like, it's nice to have anything that tells me anything. Should I hit this with the spear? Seems to have slashes. Something just outside the dungeon is interfering with it. Maybe that's not it. See, that bit of information, just the spear telling me that it's does lightning and lightning's good against horrors. Fantastic. Because this game has, like, weird elemental names, so, like, Doomed. I don't know what Doomed is, but I think it's lightning. Some sort of lightning debuff. Like, the more stuff I pick up and hoard like a pack rat and learn about the game, the better. Even if it means I have to walk to the city from here, I'm okay with that. I guess I will deal with you now. Come here, you. What the heck? No, don't de-aggro. Come here. Okay. Aw, it got knocked backwards. Dang. That's okay. I didn't realize you had to take all 3 sword golems out. I figured the thing that was causing interference was the awesome mystical spear embedded in the rock and not the random sword dudes, but whatever. I knew he was there, I just didn't think he was that important. Is there anything around the back here? No? Okay. Return inside the lab. Got it. When your run speed is about the speed of your normal jogging speed, that's kind of bad. Maybe I should get the better backpack. But then there's nothing saying I won't just hoard literally everything I get and have 100 pounds of carry weight. Hello, mystical orb. Machine activates. Grinding and plating gears indicates something has moved in the desert sand. Other related machines, perhaps? Alright, do I get a journal entry for that? Find... Nope, that's strange apparitions. Find more ghosts. Okay, so the ghosts was the forest, or no, the marsh. Okay, well, if you're telling me to explore the sands outside the tower, then that means I'm going back to Levant and getting rid of some stuff so I can actually move again. Or, it's that right there. Hello. Give me magical chest. I found this tower a long time ago, but was afraid that if I stepped between the electric sparking things that they wanted me to step into, that I was gonna get shocked to death or something. Broad dagger, cannon pistol, assassin sword crafting, already know that. Okay, well... Neat, but I kind of already have all this. But, money. So, we take it. 6 power coils from all that, too. Oh, boy. What's the heaviest thing I have? Probably that spear. £5 versus 4 pounds. Okay, so not really, but move the bow to the pocket. Waiting. Missed something on the pedestal. I did. Oh. Oh! Hello. Sarstone. I did miss that. God, I put a magical chest. You missed the frickin' gem that's in there. Glimmers with shining power. I'm assuming that's for, like, enchanting or something. Thank you. Totally would have left, because it looks like everything else in here. If there's not a neon sign that says, pick this stone up, I will miss it. Because they made it look jade like all the other architecture around here, so I just kind of figured it was part of the ornate altar thingy. Oh, is that another one? Wait. Are there lots of these? Hold on. Not ones with the stone, but there's one in the distance. I know it's a lot of silver I'm carrying. I had fully intended to not be carrying this much silver. I kinda wasn't expecting it to stack up like that. I thought I had a lot less. I usually try to keep like 100 on me so that I can buy stuff if I have to out in the wild, but 500 is a bit extreme. Shark. Okay. I'm fat rolling, so I would have to take this off if I want to engage with Shark. I don't really want to engage with Shark. I would like to run. Oh, is there not an up? Are you kidding me? This, yeah, it's this canyon. Hello, Shark. Goodbye, Shark. This spear is dope. I love this thing. And I haven't even used it. I just like how it looks. Need to find me a bow like this. So what I've sort of written, it's not really a rule, but it's kind of an unofficial rule, is I really don't want to allow myself to use other weapons, like, at all. In combat, really, unless I'm like playing around with them and testing them. So like, I don't want to have a backup spear as a weapon for if I run out of arrows. If I run out of arrows, that means I wasn't prepared enough. But I do want to try this spear out when I'm not being chased by electric sharks, which are probably somewhat resistant to it. Just to see what it does in terms of like damage and stuff. So Oh, I thought he was gonna get stuck. Okay, maybe I just shed this for a second. We see what we can do. I'm fast as fuck. Come here. Come here. Oh. Little deceptive range on the spear. Okay, not bad damage. It's Dark Souls time. I remember my Souls combat. There we go. Oh, that's gonna go in my pocket. Don't want that. Cool. Well, now I have tested the spear. And I like it, for the most part. But we're not allowed to use it basically anymore. I'm only carrying it out like this because it's slightly heavier, which means I can move ever so slightly faster. With it, like, equipped here instead of in the bag. Aw, my heat resistance ran out. I really like this part of the Levant, or rather Abrasar desert theme. It reminds me a lot of Diablo. Diablo's soundtrack is a lot like this. Well, specifically, Diablo 2 is the one I've played the most, but in general, the Diablo series has a lot of, like, acoustic guitar stuff. I'm a big sucker for video game soundtracks. Something you probably don't know about me since it's your first time stopping in here, Spectre, but I love video game soundtracks. So, like, I will always play with game music on. I will always make commentary about music when it specifically hits my ears and I'm just, like, appreciating it. I love it. Game composers don't get enough credit for the amount of work that they do. Soundtracks really make or break a game. My freaking nose is itching. See if I can make it back to town first before I have to get up and take care of it. I never change out the in-game music, yeah. A lot of people will mute in-game music because they want to hear their surroundings better. I typically don't unless it's a game that I've played a million times and I need to hear something specific. Like, I play a lot of Subnautica. In Subnautica, mostly listen to the music, but every once in a while, I turn it down so that I can listen to some roar in the distance that I may not hear otherwise. Okay, we are back. Hello, guy. Can
Can I help you?
Yeah, you can help me not have as much silver. Thank you.
Want to buy something?
He actually, I kind of killed his food stores last time, so he doesn't have as much as I want. Alright, lots of extra arrows, cannon, pistol. I think I already have one of those. Broad dagger, I don't have another one of those, but I'm also not planning on using daggers as a skill. I have a manticore dagger if I really want to do that. Entomber hat I found as loot. Antidotes, probably don't need 3 of them. I have a few more. Elemental resistance, I never use. Stone flesh. Rage boon, resist to physical damage. That's probably nice, but I don't intend on getting hit very often. Weather defense, meh. Poison rag, meh. Dreamer's root. 5 wines. When did I get that many? Eggs. Gonna make more meringue. Beast golem scraps. I might as well keep. Shark cartilage, sure. Insect. Whatever the heck. What's it? It's just insect husk, so it's not carapace. Hackmanite, I'm gonna keep. Mana Stone's gonna keep. I'll keep pretty much everything else. Maybe not the scaled leather. Probably don't need that. Metallized bones. Probably should keep that, because I don't think I have many of those. Extra coil lantern. I could sell the one that's being used. Coil can be swapped for a new one. So, like, I don't really need to, honestly. But, sure. Unless I should keep it for something, like if there's a recipe that requires a coil lantern. As far as I know, no, but that doesn't mean there isn't. Oh, the horror bow is worth 900? I guess the war bow is the base component, and that's worth a few hundred by itself. Yeah, coil lanterns burn pretty much forever. That's what I thought. I've been using it quite a bit, and it's... yeah. It's really nice. I'm glad that I went and got that a long time ago. Not that it was too difficult to use the normal lanterns anyway, but... he doesn't have enough stuff, not enough money. But now he does. Give me all that. Turn that off. 20 in-game days if it burns constantly. That's hilarious. Never gonna be doing that. Okay, spear, we're saving you. Wine, putting that away. Shark cartilage, saving for crafting in the future. Palladium spikes. I could make palladium scrap out of those, I suppose. I don't really intend on making or using palladium spikes much. Don't need nearly as many of these as I have. Put all of this away. Sarstone we're keeping. Gold ingots are going away. Mana stone's going in there. Blue sand's definitely going in there. Palladium scrap, salt. Ghost's eye I keep for some of my pressure plate traps. Crystal powder, that can get stored. I love that you can use everything on a pressure plate. I really do. I think it's cool. Okay, I want to make spining meringue. I'm missing cactus fruit. I thought I had more cactus fruit than that. Guess not. Gonna go buy some. Provided my guys actually have cactus for sale.
Can I help you?
You got one. Sure. You've got...
Want to buy
I
something?
thought one. He does have one. That's fine. Good enough for now. I don't need much. 3 is an odd number. It's not going to work for what I need, but I can make at least 3 spining meringue, which is good for now. Mineral tea. Bitter spicy tea. We'll do the tea. That's fine. I have no need to make an omelet really right now, but I do need to kind of use the eggs up, so I guess that's fine. I'm gonna put all the elemental arrows away. Even though they might be nice, I'll save them for when I actually need them. Forgot to put that away and that away. Do that. I'll save them when I need them. Proceeds to never use them. No, I use the heck out of them at the end campaign. Or the end of the main campaign, I should say. Against all the Immaculates and Horrors that flood Monsoon. I used poison and fire arrows quite a bit in that. I had like 45 poison arrows, and I think had like maybe 30 fire arrows, but I found more since then. But I have not found more poison arrows. I actually only put them away. They used to be in my pack for situations where I needed them. But I only put them away because I was gonna sort of try getting into rune magic. Sort of. I wanted to test it out anyway. And I did do a little testing, but I don't have a lot of mana to actually do proper rune combos, I don't think yet. And I don't really know the rune combos yet. I messed with them a little bit, but yeah. I also don't have a lot of magic spells in general. I always have issues with hoarding instead of using stuff. I do too, typically. I usually do, but I happen to have the arrows and was not doing too well in terms of damage, so I decided to use them finally. But there are a lot of times for, like, the pressure plate traps, I won't use some of the special components, like the varnishes I have and stuff like that.
Want to
And
buy
I really
something?
should, but I don't. Only exception is Monster Hunter. Trained myself to constantly use items. See, you might cringe when you hear this, but I play Monster Hunter like I play Dark Souls. I don't play Monster Hunter the way that I think they intend for you to play Monster Hunter. I kinda just do dodging and attacking and will eventually beat the boss. Whatever. I don't play into weaknesses, I don't prep with items, I don't really set many traps. Unless I have to, for, like, material rewards. I also don't spec into multiple weapons. I usually, when I was playing, I only used dual blades. I did use hammer a bit in the start, and I used, there's Monster Hunter World that I played the most of, but in Monster Hunter Rise, I did use a bit of, I think it was Switch Axe. But I ultimately settled on using dual blades, just because that seemed to be more my playstyle. I like to be able to move. I appreciate with hammer being able to, like, do an attack early and anticipate being able to hit a monster in the face by perfectly timing the ultimate stunning strike and hitting them in the face like that. There's something satisfying about that, but Monster Hunter is a grind so that you can go fight a monster, so that you can go grind a different monster and just repeat that process over and over and over again. And I hate grinding for material components, so I would make dual blades, and I would fight as long as possible, even when I felt a little weak, if it helped me get to the next thing. I legitimately had a friend of mine get angry at me for playing that way. Because she was like, you're supposed to get, like, elemental effects and look at their weaknesses and learn about them and study them and bait them into traps and, you know, do all this cool stuff. I'm like, or you press the dodge button and you attack when there's an opening and eventually they die. And they're like, but a monster's not supposed to take a half an hour to fight. I'm like, mine do, and I'm happy with that. That makes them feel epic. That makes the fights feel great. And I would only ever fight a monster like, I don't know, like a handful of times until I had what I wanted. Basically the next armor set or the next cool looking dual blades that I wanted to use. Oh. Here we go. But she did get a tad triggered from that. She was like, no, you're not supposed to play that way. And I'm like, but I played that way. I don't know. I just really like Souls combat of dodging and attacking. Like, it feels really nice to me. Dark Souls is my second favorite series of all time behind The Legend of Zelda. So, like, I play a lot of games that have any Souls-like combat like that. Like this one. I spend a lot of time rolling and dodging and not blocking or switching weapons up because I'm like, I'm gonna be an archer and I'm gonna dodge everything. And so far, it's worked out. That's the way Dad did it. That's how America does it. And it's worked out pretty well so far. Some rare exceptions. You could also just build pure raw, never worry about elements, but first time fighting Ajanev, nearly ran out of time. Then he died to a slinger shot. Nice. Still hilarious to me that you beat the main story, haven't used more than one breakthrough. No, I have 2 breakthroughs. I have the pressure plate one, and I have the one that you need to get Marathoner. I have 2 breakthroughs. I just don't have my 3rd. Though, I can't remember if I got Marathoner before or after beating the main story. I think it was after, so you might be right about that part. Yeah, Marathoner for the speed, bro. I want stamina. I'm running everywhere. Honestly, I'm gonna be real. The breakthrough stuff does not excite me. I should pick the hunter and get breakthrough with him so that I can get piercing shot.
Greetings, friend.
But, like, that just seems so meh. Like, it's fine. It's a debuff on an enemy that you apply with your arrows, but I'm like, man, where's the, like, at least with the pressure plate traps, I have the satisfaction of if they get anywhere near my plates, they explode in righteous fury. I like that. That's fun. I know plates are cheesy because, you know, you can just place down 10 pressure plate traps and you can, you know, just do that if you want. Fine. That's not how I typically play because I only carry 4 on me. So I place down 3 or 4 of them and then try to kite the enemy and take them out with the bow after that. I give myself an advantage but try to finish off with the bow most times. Except for whatever that dude is in the frickin' walled garden. I'm gonna bring 10 pressure plate traps for him. I hate his moveset. I hate him so much because I swear to God I roll, but his animation of swinging hits you earlier than the animation actually activates. So if you don't anticipate it, you just get hit when you try to roll through it. And I rolled through it successfully like I don't know, maybe 6 times. And then like he just back-to-back comboed me and I died repeatedly. So he is one I will happily cheese with pressure plate traps. I do not mind. Piercing shot is a bit underwhelming. Well, that's like my thing. I was mentioning this on my last stream, and this, I want to make it clear, I'm not complaining. I just wish, like, the way I would have done it if I was a dev for Outward, is I would have had, like, multiple trainers for each type of weapon that vary slightly. So, like, there's one hunter trainer, and he has all of the bow skills in the game, and he has them all he has most of them available one locked behind the breakthrough skill. Which the breakthrough skill itself was something like 40 extra stamina, which is cool, but like not that amazing. I would have had a hunter trainer that was bow specific, a hunter trainer that was like weapon, like spear or sword specific, and I would have had like a hunter trainer that was like elemental specific, like half mage, half archer or something. Then I would have had a melee fighter that is split the same way. One for swords, one for spears, one for axes, one for maces, whatever. One for two-handed weapons, however you want to do that. And I would have also had elemental variants for that. They have one guy, and I just don't see the investment in the limited breakthrough skills that you get. You get 3. It seems like a bit of a waste to use my final breakthrough skill point on Bleeding Arrow. Like, cool? But, like, I don't want to play the game. Like, the biggest thing is I know, like, how a lot of people probably play Archer is probably sitting back and applying debuffs and waiting for enemies to die due to poison or bleed or whatever. But that's not how I want to play. I want to play where I'm actively engaging in combat. I want rolling shots. I want jump shots. I want sniper shots. I want, like, really cool elemental arrows that slow, that freeze. I don't mind the elemental abilities, but I want them to be engaging. I don't want to just be on this hill and be like, there's a bug over there. I can probably hit him with a poison arrow and he'll die by the time he gets here. Like, that's boring, man. I want active, fast engagement archery. And I just wish that there was a little bit more dynamic stuff. Like, if you're going to split up the trainers, for example, maybe one is active archery and one is sniper archery. Like, it would have been so great so that I don't just go like, I guess I'm going to hit that beetle with an arrow. Like, that's boring, man. A lot of games treat archery that way. You're the long-range debuff procking build. Yawn, man. Big yawn. I want to do the cool stuff too. I want to kick enemies and trip them and shoot them in the neck while they're down. I want to do that. Anything like that for bows would have been just amazing for this game. And they have every ability to do it. They just didn't end up thinking about those types of things. They relegated it to seemingly long-range debuff procking, which is fun in its own right. It has its merits. But Elden Ring did the same thing. I was so disappointed. They had the new combat system with Elden Ring that came out, and in Dark Souls, the best we ever got was in Dark Souls 3. We had a rolling shot. Or whatever. And backstep shots. And they were like, oh yeah, we added like dynamic weapon combat. And they're showing all these cool weapon arts. And then you look at bow weapon arts, they suck. Oh boy, I can shoot 5 arrows at once. Or I can shoot, like, but it costs all this blue stuff and each arrow does 1/5 the damage. Well then what's the point? If each arrow does 1/5 the damage, I might as well shoot 1 arrow and do the full damage. Like, you're not doing anything other than proccing statuses faster. That's not fun. Yes, Elden Ring has bleeding and whatever, and poison damage of its own, and it's easy and fast to build that up with bows, but it takes a long time. I beat the entire game using a bow only, and I can tell you, including its super hardcore Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, and I can tell you bows are underwhelming the entire time. Because they don't want you to play that way because they think it's too easy. Or something. You have the ability to make it engaging. Don't relegate it to just that. Rant over. Let's see. 40 extra health, basically not something you care about as a range build. Exactly. Like, that's what I remembered from the archer guy. It was either stamina or health. I think it was stamina for the mercenary guy that unlocked the running thing. Marathoner. Give your argument some credence. Bows were somewhat haphazardly added. Blade doesn't even work on a large amount of enemies. Though the piercing shot is cool because you can line up multiple enemies and have time to shoot. Yeah. Like, it has that secondary effect of actually piercing enemies, which is neat. I just kind of wish that, like, I don't know. I wish, like, that I could learn that as a passive skill. All my arrows became piercing arrows. All my arrows got, like, the lock-on. The lock-on is just extra range. Passive skill. Awesome. Love that extra lock-on range. I wish that piercing shot was just, like, a thing. You didn't have to do a skill. I understand jump shot and sniper shot being skills. But piercing shot feels a little meh. The bleed proc is a different thing. Maybe it could have just not had that, but allowed you to pierce through enemies. That would have been kind of nice. Bow should have got a sigil ability like pistols do. Maybe ice, since there's no ice arrows. Or give them arrow crafting before Caldera. Lockdown is so good. Yeah, so I don't know anything about arrow crafting either. I heard that you kind of can't craft the elemental arrows, sort of, kind of. So, like, that's a little disappointing, too. I was really hoping, because they let you make poison rags and fire rags. I was hoping that I'd be able to make, ooh, wolf sword, cool. I was hoping that I'd be able to make, you know, poison arrows, fire arrows, and that type of stuff early on, and then I think it was Demon that was like, yeah, no, unfortunately, you can't. And I'm like, oh. Like, that's why the horror bow was such a nice thing, where it was like, hey, I can actually have infinite poison because I have a bow that innately gives me a poison status. Like, that's nice. Wish I could have just crafted poison arrows and that there were more bows as options. What else is around here? Vigil Pylon. Yeah, we were already there. Stone Titan Caves. Have not been in there. Colossal Hive was in there. Ancient Ruins and Sandrose Cave. I think I've been in most of these. But I've not been in the Stone Titan Caves. I have not completed the Walled Garden. I'm currently at the abandoned docks. And Cabal of Wind Tower was where I just finished and got the spear. I think, right? So I've been there. You can craft the elemental arrows, but it's another one of those things that you don't get until you build new Sirocco. Oh. Very end game, unfortunately. Meh. That sucks, but oh well. I don't intend on really using these, but that's fine. That's what makes me wonder if the whole thing with new Sirocco and all that, it's DLC stuff. Did they intend for you after the DLCs come out to rush the DLCs? Or did they always intend for those to be after the base game? Because it feels like they added a lot of stuff and they let you get to them at any time. But then I heard that at least one of them is really difficult. Like, you shouldn't go rush it. Wish they would have thought about that a little bit more. You can't even do the Caldera quest without beating the main story. Got it. So they really do intend for it to be after the main story, but lock the best things behind it. Does this game have a new game plus? Like, can I take the exact same character and gear over? I know there's legacy chests where you can put stuff in there or whatever, and then that can go to new characters, but is that essentially how they do new game plus as well, or is that just for making new characters? No new game plus. For legacy items, yeah. And that just How does that work? So when you start a new character, they just show up, or do you have to go to those dungeons where you place the legacy items and go get them? Because I heard some people mention, like, they gave themselves cool bows. Like, I think there's an obsidian bow or something. And they gave themselves the obsidian bow and just had that throughout the entire game as an option. You have to go find those chests and retrieve the items. So if you make an arena boss weapon, you probably want to send it to your next character because your build is pretty much done by that point. Yeah, that makes sense. Stone Titan Caves. Where the heck are the caves? I've been in this area with the Stone Titan, like, statues. I've yet to find the entrance to the caves. Or if you're not bothered using exploit, you can just split screen and drop the item to a new character. Ah, I see. That's fair. People do that in Dark Souls too. They get a friend, have them join their world, trade all the items, then they switch characters, join the world again, and drop the items again. Yeah, there's also some items that get upgraded into better versions in the Legacy chest. Yeah, people been telling me that too. I don't know what those are, but I have heard that. So, like, there's a reason to go do that. Yeah. Is this the entrance to the caves? This doesn't really look like a cave entrance, but it's the only thing that looks like an entrance, so... Hello? That's weird. Never would have guessed there'd be smokestacks. Sure. There's a wiki with all the info you could ever need. A lot of outwords, very cryptic. Yeah, I sorta... So, like, the way I like to play through a game, most of the time, is go through it once, mostly blind. Like, if I have a friend or if I have chat or something, they mention something to me, couple hints there, you know, like I was in the dungeon and you told me I missed something. Way okay with you guys telling me that I'm missing something when I'm in that area. But my first playthrough, I tend to try to do blind, and then on a subsequent playthrough, I'll go look at the wiki and be like, man, that would have been helpful. Which will then encourage me to come back and play the game. That's sort of why I do that. Because if I look it up before, I just min-max my character, get way too strong, and then am bored. And I don't want to be bored with the game. I want to have a challenge, but, like, fun challenge. I don't want to miss really crucial, important things, but I also don't want everything handed to me either. There's a fine balancing act. I know too many friends who have gotten into games, example, like Dark Souls, and they've made extremely, like, broken, awesome, min-maxed builds because they looked stuff up online and they looked up the locations of where to get certain items, and they perfectly comboed everything together, and then they're like, man, this game is actually really easy now. Nothing's that difficult. Well, yeah, it's because you know exactly where everything is at all times. Oh, hello. What is that? That's new. Like, you were never supposed to, like, have all of that and know exactly how it combos. You're supposed to find it as you explore the game. But if you look at a wiki and you just have a hit list of things that you go do, well, yeah, you're gonna run into some extremely overpowered stuff pretty early on. Well, that's new. Who is this guy? He's like haunted or some crap. Interesting. Well then, hey, buddy. Inner marble shield. My backpack does not like me. Leyline figment. Ow! Of course there'd be an ice witch. Hello. My loot goblin character does not appreciate the ice. Now I can't move even more than I already couldn't move. Oh, you missed. Come get me, Ice Mage. Oh, that's this thing I didn't want to fall into, but I guess I'm falling into it now. I meant to avoid that when I was fighting the other guy, and I got sidetracked, so now down I go, I guess. And this is why I never place all my pressure plate traps. Because I am blind sometimes. Flamethrower build, let's go. Love the flamethrower stuff. Glad to see there's going to be more lantern-based magic in Outward 2. Just wish Lantern of Souls didn't do so little damage. I have no clue what you guys are talking about, but it sounds like a fun build. Okay, this is going away. Hello. Ah, what the heck was that? That was weird. I've never seen my character go fight backwards but shoot forwards. I should also shed this now. Out of my way, dude. Right, you kind of need to have your stuff in order to make traps happen. You're gonna shoot? No. I like just walking up to a dude and machine gunning him with arrows. Hey guy, come over here. Or don't. Fine. Okay, I need to scrap some stuff in my inventory. Also need to eat food, so let's do that real quick. Yeah, let's get rid of a lot of this. Feels bad breaking down a steel saber into iron scrap, but whatever. Same thing with the brutal great mace. But honestly, there's kind of no reason not to right now. Ah, frickin' Ice Witch. I forgot about her. Dang it. That sucks. It's a different one, actually. Okay. Oh, there's a guy. Hello. It's almost not worth having a poison bow. Sure, I guess. And iron spear for more metal scrap for more arrows. Because we're always gonna be doing that. What debuff? Tainted. Ah, that's corruption. I believe. 25%, yeah. That's okay. Hunger can be mitigated fairly easily. What does this say? Okay. Crimp nut. Oh, we're going down now. Okay, so me falling down was actually kind of a bad thing, because now I'm really locked into this mess. I have to figure out what the best way down is. Probably here. Okay. Are they fighting? Well, I dare say that, I seem to have the high ground. That is not the high ground way. I mean, Jedi way. If I can't manually lock her, or if I can't target you, then I will manually shoot you. Why does this cursor move so slow, though? I do have to figure that out. Oh, I don't really want to roll when I have an arrow. Can I... Settings... Do they not have a sensitivity? Camera sensitivity, field of view, brightness, and camera sensitivity is 5. The camera's fine for the most part. It could be maybe a little faster, but that's not terrible. It's just extremely slow when manually aiming. Oh, missed that shot. Apologies for the sniffles. Can't control allergies. I wish I could, because then I wouldn't have them. No, come on. There we go. And now we wait. This whole time, I'm taking lots of corruption, but that's apparently not that terrible. I would love to get a nice shot on him, but I literally can't even lock up. There we go. Don't move, guy. Or move a lot. Oh, is he gonna make it up here? Good for you! Holy cow. You finally made it up here. Good, that means I can finally get down. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh. Okay. I guess not. Palladium sword. Desert Captain. Arrow. Jerky. Sure. Oh. Oh, there's one of those down here. Ow. Let's not. Let's really not. That would be really bad if I got hit by a thing and got a debuff. I think last time I memed all over one of these and just kind of ran around it in circles, and then it never hit me. I have a debuff of some kind. Okay. Gain elemental. Well, if there's a down, then there must be something important. Dreamer's Root. Is this mineable? No. Okay. Well, what the heck do we have here? What is this all about? I saw a glowing stone that told me something about text and people trying to do a ritual, and 4 of them were going to give up their lives for it. And I saw other text on a different rock, and then I fell, so I should go read that text before I go interact with things I don't understand. That would probably be the smart thing. I should also probably see if I can blow my nose and get rid of this darn droopy nose that I have. And, where am I? What is this debuff? Corrupted, 100%. Hunger rate. Lightning resistance minus 50%. Corrupted, decay resistance plus 15. Decay and frost damage plus 15. Okay, so there's the statue, so I just need to run back this way. I can get the purity potion to take care of that in most alchemists in most cities. Okay, cool. You did mention that it was like a potion or something that you drank to get rid of it, so I hope so. What did I just pick up? I picked up a sword, didn't I? I did. Okay, there's one of my pressure plates. There's this, and the mana stone we obviously take. There's an up. Okay, I kind of want to know what up is, but I also want to know what over here is. Because we had green guy. Whatever he was, he did some weird magic stuff. So, I do need to investigate that. My nose is running. I'm gonna have to go take care of that soon. I want to play video game. What is this? We agreed Lat's own inside wind must be punished. Or Lat's own inside wind must punish his arrogance. We shall turn his soul against him, and it should judge him unworthy. And should it judge him unworthy? Wow. It will become a scourge upon his very being. Interesting. See? Lore. Lore interesting. But what is up? Guy. Guy is up. Come here, human dude. I love that. Always satisfying. Another guy. Okay. He's gonna hit me. Ow. Oh, he's hurt from something. I don't think I hurt him before. I am big fat. Please don't. Yikes. Okay, shed the backpack. Okay, now we wait. Save the arrows. There we go. Okay, pick up backpack. Let's eat a spiny meringue. Drink a water. Drink a tea. Drink a different tea. Have a bandage. I want arrows. I think I want that. Bread of the Wild! Nintendo's next Zelda game. Praised for its high durability. I'll take palladium scrap, thank you. Palladium sword, probably not worth that much more, so we're just gonna take that. The amount of buffs in this game is absolutely hilarious. I know. I was just looking down. It's like corrupted, bag overweight, sleep, Levant, corrupted, again, stamina recovery 4, health recovery 3, hot weather defense, water effect, cold weather defense up, impact resistance up. That might be the first time I've had over 2 rows of things. There's a flame torch. I don't want that. Is that a junk pile? No, it's a worker. Hey, spiny meringue. Oh, that's why he was hurt. Well, did he do this for me? Because I'll take some free obsidian. Mushroom bar. Dreamer's root. I don't even know how much cloth I have on me, but probably a lot. God, is that a pun in the Outward community? Somebody says something like, oh, I probably have a lot of these. Does anybody say I probably have a lot of these? I totally can see that happening. Acolytes we recruited from the Dark Lich of the Marsh suggested the use of corruption in our spell, for it rots all life it touches. Its twisted influence will serve as the perfect instrument of Alat's doom. Maybe it's just my chat. Some of my regular viewers love to make puns, and so maybe I'm just being corrupted by all the puns that they like to make. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of food. That's a lot of buffs. It's getting to my head. They're getting to me. And now my nose issue went away. I was just thinking about that. Well, it's not really gone, but it's not as bad as it was. Allergies are weird. We dare not strike a lad through ordinary means. We make a martyr out of him. The only a threat from within can slay the man. Well, he's not a man. So I guarantee his death and destroy his legacy at the same time. Was this before he became a god? And yet another exit out to the desert? Where does this one take me? Because I don't really need another exit. Should go back down. Before... interesting. Well, it obviously didn't work. Because not only did he not have his legacy ruined, but he became a god, so I'd say your plans were not very effective now, weren't they? It's how he became a god? Well, if the corruption was supposed to kill him, then how the heck did he become a god from it? They did this ritual to attack him from the inside, and he just instead Uno reversed them and absorbed it and became a god or some crap? God, I wish I could do that. You stubbed your toe. Feel the pain. No. And then just become super strong instead, or whatever the heck. Give me that power. I want that starting gift. Will we ever know next time in some random dude with a tent? Yeah, I know, I always thought about that. If you think of life as a game, where it's like, everybody starts with something, you know, you have, like, classes and boons and skills and whatever, like, I sometimes think about, well, what would my thing be? I wouldn't say charisma, though I am a streamer slash YouTuber, so at least I have a moderate amount enough that people find my stuff entertaining. Slightly entertaining, at least. But I wouldn't say that it's like a natural skill. Hound mask. Well, I'll take that, I guess. I can't move. That was heavier than I thought. 4 pounds. Oof. Let's make some scrap out of this stuff, and then maybe I can make arrows. Please see a doctor. Reach corrupted level defiled. I had to look around my microphone. It's not usually right here. It's usually down a bit. Hunger rate plus 100. Physical impact resistance minus 30. Lightning resistance minus 50. Attack speed minus 10. But decay and frost damage up. And decay resistance up. Cool. What am I? 78% defiled. Sunfall Axe. Okay. Uh-huh. You know, I would love to, like... Those symbols on there don't match the ones that are on the floor. Take the axe. There's a chest over here. I shouldn't grab all this because I can't move anyway. The five winds guide our hand. We must never forget. No man is above them. Humanity must never cease to fear and respect the world outside the walls. May Alat's doom be swift. Huh. Neat. I feel like I'm missing something. There was the axe, which is cool. But I feel like I'm missing... Like, there's something to do with that rune thing down there. More than just the axe. Maybe not, but... The way I see it is that there's probably some, like, combination. There's text on the wall, and there's text on the floor. My original thought was I'm supposed to, like... You know, solve that by... running and stepping on symbols or something in the correct order, but the symbols don't match. Oh, come on. Up. It's cold. I kind of need more wood if I'm gonna survive out here. I don't have anything to make a campfire. And unfortunately, there are exactly 0 trees on the horizon. So... Yikes. And at least make it to the other side of this hill where the other entrance was. And then... Okay, there is a tree. Okay. That might help free up a little of this weight, too, because I've got some iron scrap that can be turned into arrows. I think that helped a bit. Do I have the warm boon? I do, but I doubt it's going to actually work very well and let me survive through the desert, because I'm pretty sure I tried that before. So I will just camp out in here, and it'll be fine. Now my pouch is overweight. Fair enough, game. Fair enough. Not anymore. There we go. I am thirsty, but somehow not hungry, even though I have the debuff that says I should be hungry more often. I have 14 cactus fruits. I guess I really did just pick up every single cactus I saw. Water. There we go. Alright, now we just have to slow jog all the way to Levant. So, how's everyone doing? I've got a long ways to go before I, make it to the city, so might as well talk it out. Hold on, there we go. Auto walk. I have it bound to the same one as sneak, because it doesn't affect gameplay, really, except for this. How much weight is in my bag? Like 96 pounds. I think is what it said. Out of 75. You know, completely normal amounts. It's fine. Look, I'm just saying, years of bringing groceries in from the store as a kid, where you make one trip, has taught me, you make one trip. That's just what you do. It doesn't matter how many different bags there are. There's always a spot to help you with carrying more groceries. There's always another spot you can put it. Even if that involves squishing something between your legs so that you waddle in your house. There's always a way to carry it. Even if that means you take the bags and you loop them all the way up to your shoulder, so you have an entire arm and then the entire hand is also full. You do it. If you have to become grocery bag man and have that be your entire costume, you do it. That is true. I do have a heavy shield. This thing. Because I want to see what this thing is worth. Yeah, thank you. You're totally right. I forgot about that. Also, hello, Savage. I didn't realize you were, The chat I'm using, none of the different username colors show up on here. So everybody is blue to me. So it takes a minute for me to realize that it's a different person when they talk sometimes. Because Streamlabs chat won't work. And I dual stream to Twitch and YouTube. So... But thank you. Thank you for the pointer. It's fine just lurking. Hey, fair enough. I appreciate you taking the time to unlurk for a second. the heck was that sound? Sounded like magic. Something behind me, I guess, but we'll never know because I'm in Levant now.
Can I help
Hello,
you?
guy. What are we doing? Entomber hat, we'll get rid of that. This thing isn't worth that much. Damage bonus, 10%. Yeah, okay, so mental note, don't need to pick those up in the future. Not worth that much. Don't care about... Gem. All this other stuff I think is loot I do want to keep. Rage potion, don't care. Get rid of that. Survivor elixir. Restore stamina and burnt stamina, provides protection from hot and freezing environments. Neat. Sell. Warm potion. Goodbye. Weather defense. Like, could it have been useful? Sure. But then I just kind of slept in a cave and everything's fine now. And then, because there's absolutely no reason not to have this converted into gold, we convert it into gold. When you're defiled, spooky ghosts spawn and attack you. Alright. Well, yeah, I saw you mention that, but I thought it was actually a joke because you said lol, and I thought you were implying that it was picking up the axe was going to do that. So, no. Got it. Where the heck? Where's my bow? There's my bow. There we go. I don't need 10 bitter spicy teas. I'm realizing that's 5 pounds just now. We'll deal with that. I don't need to have that many.
Want to buy something?
How can I help you?
Blah 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 blah. This. It's going down.
How can I help you?
The red one does a little bit.
How can I help you?
I don't think I have the stronger one available. So that does a little bit. Okay. So it is kind of something you have to be aware of. It's not like 100% cure. It's like tiny bits at a time. Okay. Well, I'm not defiled anymore, so I can deal with the normal corruption for now. Put the wine away. I do still have a couple eggs. Let's make more, what you call this. Spiny meringue. I forgot. I need to go give toast to the weird guy in the barrel. Just because I can.
Can I help you?
You've got bread. One bread for me, one bread for the toast. I said yes, give transaction. Thank you. I have travel rations in here, or did they all rot on me? They should last a while, but I haven't traveled in a while either. Oh, I got a few. A couple of them. Oh, we could put them back in here. 14! I don't need that many. I don't need those on me at all. I'm not planning on leaving Levant for a while. Or at least, not until I deal with the walled garden guy. He's pretty much next on my list, I think. Toast guy. Toast man is over here. This way. Hello, barrel guy.
Greetings, friend. Can you lend me a hand? Remember this! Yes. Can you lend me a hand? Remember this!
Okay. Jam. I can either buy it or make it, maybe. I don't have the berries on me, but... Barrel Man requires it, so I need it. I shouldn't have used the one that I had, but I didn't know he needed it until just
Can
now.
I help you?
Jam. It's for Barrel Man. It's for a good cause.
Greetings, friend. Can you lend me a hand? Remember this. Yes. Can you lend me a hand?
Palladium, okay.
Yes. Can you lend me a hand?
Alpha jerky,
Farewell, my
okay.
friend.
I don't have any alpha jerky, but I can probably get some if I kill that manticore out there. Or maybe I can buy some. Price is a non-issue. I have like frickin' 30 gold ingots, so...
Can I help you?
You have normal jerky. You do not have... Okay, but we know Levant, or Levant. I said Levant for so long, that's how I'm saying it, but I'm trying to say it the correct way. Levant is how they said it in-game. We know Levant likes to store random alpha meat sometimes in these junk piles, because they're ritzy and apparently are too good for the best meat in the market, so... We just have to check all the junk. Cactus. Alright, now make that.
Something on your mind? I wonder.
No news at all. I've already done everything, I guess. And there's nothing up here of interest. No people, even. There's a guy over here, though. Hello? No? Nothing? Okay.
Something on your mind? I wonder.
No news. Probably same thing. Nobody has anything to say. Yeah. Same thing somehow. Okay. You wouldn't happen to have any...
Can I help
would
you?
you? No. You also don't have any potions that are useful. Resistance to corruption, that could be nice. I know that there's a corrupted area in Cerzo, or rather, Chersones or whatever. Hey, dude, give me the alpha meat. Yo. Give me the alpha meat. I want that. I will fight you for this. Man. He's just flaunting it around. Okay, well, we'll wait on the alpha jerky for a while, I guess. Because I don't have that. Okay, so, oh, that stuff's gonna go bad on me. Travel rations it is. I didn't realize I had some in there. Any other miner's omelettes? Yeah. Make travel rations out of that, then we can sell those. Why did I do that? I'm really dumb. Gee. I just used up salt that I didn't mean to use up either. Whatever, it's fine. I'll just be like every other citizen of Levant. We just, decide that we don't want it, and we put it right there.
How can I help you?
Yes, give me all the nerve gas traps, and, we know the incendiary ones don't like to work half the time, but, this is fine. And I just put my gold ingots away. Oh my god. $42 gold ingots and tons of silver to spare. Oh my god.
How can I help you?
How about 8 more pressure plate traps? Oh wait, I want to move like 260-ish. Good enough. Okay. Let's pause for a second. Make sure everything's still good to go. Yeah, it looks like we're good to go on YouTube still. Twitch is doing fine. I don't know when the last break was for Twitch, but I'm gonna leave it running and try to snooze the next one, because I need a break for a second. Get water, blow my nose, stand up, stretch. Yawn. Oh, God. Okay, let's do that real quick. Everybody get up, stretch, break. Okay, back with the webcam. All right. Hopefully everybody's back. Hello, hello. And welcome back if everyone's still here. Okay. Back to the game. Thank you, Spectre. Welcome back to you too. Okay, we're going to trap spam the walled garden dude because he bothers me. That's the plan. I gotta take him out. What time of day is it? It's either evening or just early morning here. We'll take a look. My bow's a little weak too, so maybe I should repair. Yeah, it's getting into evening, so we're gonna do some repairing. Hope everybody had a good break. If you took one, I sure did. I got up and stretched and used the bathroom and got more water. And unfortunately, with the way my desk sits, I have a countertop that I rest my elbows on, but I don't know if you can see it. My elbow is pretty raw on both my elbows there. I'm sliding them around on my desk all the time. I don't rest my controller when I play controller games on my lap. I rest them on my desk. So, yeah. Sometimes I've got like little sleeves on the desk next to me that I can put on to prevent that. They're not really like that sore, but if I have several days of controller gaming in a row, I get that. I never used to, so I don't know. Let's just be the way I sit in this chair, because it's a different chair than what I had before. I think I used the armrest mostly before, my old chair. I don't know, but whatever. That is neither here nor there. But it was nice to get up and take a break and not have that. Okay, so we've got some fresh spiny meringue that we're gonna wait until we get all the way over to the walled garden to use. And then we've got 12 pressure plate traps and like 20 nerve gas bombs for this thing. We just need to try to slow him too. And there's also going to be some henchmen that I'll have to deal with, but that shouldn't be too bad. Oh, yo, Duck Topi, thanks for the raid. 15 viewers. I think you were in here before and raided me before, if I remember correctly. Welcome, everyone. We're gonna go cheese the heck out of whatever the guy's name in the walled garden is. This is my first time playing Outward. And, I've died to this guy twice. And he has now upset me. I haven't battled him today. I battled him last week a couple times, and I've decided enough's enough. I'm bringing 12 pressure plates with me, and I'm going to take him out. I don't like his attack patterns. I feel like there's a slight hitbox issue, maybe, because I swear to God I'm pressing roll when I expect the attack, and it doesn't roll when I want, so there's probably a weird timing thing or hitbox thing. And I don't mind if there is that, but I'm also just not playing around anymore. It's time to take him out. So he's actually outside the wall, which is nice. Which means all the other guys that were out here are still gone. So we like cheese. Last time you were here, didn't have that bow. And I also think my stream died all of a sudden that day. I don't know what happened. It just didn't happen. I felt really bad that you raided and then my stream kind of went kaput. I have the horror bow. It's the only bow that I know of in the game that's not the coral horn or the recurve or war bows that you buy. So I have stream issues all the time. I don't know what it is. I'll have perfectly fine streams when I start for the first 15 minutes or so, and then Twitch will just die. I multi-stream to Twitch and YouTube And Twitch will die, but YouTube will be fine. And I don't know what the issue is, but that day my internet just went kaput for some reason. It was just gone for a while. He is not attacking me, and he's right there. Okay, well, let's start with that. I need to keep him in the trap for him to take the most ethereal damage possible. And I think the trick with him in dodging attacks is going to be to just stay out of all this as much as possible. Roll away from him as he's doing this. Okay. I didn't get to set up all the traps I wanted. He's going to hit me. That's okay, though. I will take the long way around and distract him. Because I'm faster than he is. Let's see. That dude's got big reach. Yeah, he does. For most attacks, roll catchy sometimes. Yeah, it is pretty roll catchy. So it's time to take him out. I'm going to cheese him with pressure plate traps because I can. In general, I don't approve of using pressure plates to win all my battles, but this one in particular, this guy bothers me, so we're doing it now. I'm just gonna do this real quick. Let's see. I'll never try that. What a risk. I like dodging and rolling in my games. That's why I like being an archer. It just, I don't know. I like the nimbleness of a rogue type character, specifically ranger, archer type characters. They just speak to me on a level. Yeah, the model for the enemy is fantastic. Oh, there's a mod that adds his weapons in. Oh, yo, I might have to look into that at some point. Okay. I'm just gonna mix and match some of these traps a bit. The fire ones, so the incendiary traps, I found out, have a weird risk of not going off. I don't know what it is. One of my longtime viewers here, Demon of Cream, I don't know if he's in chat, but he can confirm he saw it, where they would step on the pressure plate and it definitely consumes the trap when I go to place it, but then they step on it and it just, nothing happens and it eats the trap. So hopefully that doesn't happen this time. So let's get him. Hey, dude. Oh, that was a bad shot. Come on, outside. We only fight outside, mister. Over towards the minefield, please. There's one, there's two, there's another one. Knocked him down, but he didn't stay in the traps when he got knocked down, so that is unfortunate. Come here, dude. Come here, dude. Heck yeah, this is what I like to see. Okay, then we slow him down. He got hit with another one. I think he's activated pretty much everything at this point. So we're gonna have to go for another round of stuff after I lure him away. He can't touch me. Might be able to do some chip damage here with sniper shot, but he's hyper resistant to my arrows, so try to keep him away for now. Okay. Now we just run right past him, plant some more traps in the ground. One of the hardest bosses in the game, and we're cheesing him. I know. I feel a little ashamed to be doing this, but man, I am not about his roll catching attacks. I don't like that. I fought pretty much every other enemy in this game, I would say pretty legit, but this guy, he's bothering me, so we're taking him out. my way. Come here. Come here. I win. Guardian of the Compass. Compass wood staff. Okay. Bolt varnish. Power coil. Calixa's relic. Fragment of Calixa's original shield. She's a deity in my world, by the way. I don't know if that's normal, but I sided with Levant for the entire main quest. I have beaten the main story now. So yeah. I have completed that much, so I know who they're talking about. And her shield. Yeah, Demon, you know Dotsy? Nice. That's one heck of a name there. Bostrolopithecus? That's a long name, man. Dotsy's on like every Outward Discord. Of course you would be in every Outward Discord with them, though. If you're saying somebody is in every Outward Discord, then that means you are also in said Outward Discords and have recognized them. Going to get some food tonight. Have a great stream, dude. Thank you, Duck Duck. I'll call you Toby instead. Thank you, Toby. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate you stopping by. Hopefully catch you another time. Okay, there's nothing in this chest. Alright, you guys can tell me if there's anything else I should know about the walled garden. I just wanted to deal with him. He was bothering me. But, is there anything else? Does anything he dropped activate anything? Should I know of this? Or is walled garden basically just him? And his minions? Cool. Got it. There are some plants, you're right about that. I personally don't have a lot of use for like greasy ferns, which is what I remember there was growing in here, but I don't remember what else was in here. What are these? Can't pick these. Can't pick these. Can't, oh, wait. Nope, can't pick those. Oh, the smoke root, that's one thing. Yep, definitely get those. And the greasy ferns. I still don't know what I'm using those for. Because I don't have a lot for those. And yes, for anybody who hasn't been here before and watched me before, I'm running a pure archer build. I am not doing really any magic or anything. I've only used 2 of my chain skills, honestly. I haven't found a use for my 3rd one yet. And one of them was not for the hunter, because I don't see a lot of value in his stuff. Crimp nuts, those are nice. I don't know much about the game. I've played for a little while now, but I can't say that I know a ton about it. I'm still pretty inexperienced when it comes to this. So there's a lot of things like, you know, I know about when you're on fire, you can drink water to put yourself out, but didn't know that for a long time. I will overlook and miss a bunch of things. So, while I don't want to have spoilers, like, oh, just go over here and get the best bow in the game, if I am missing something blatantly obvious, you may yell at me. Oh, who are you? Are you another ash giant? You're an ash giant. Okay, I'm not dealing with you. If I'm missing something just extremely blatantly obvious, like, yo, dude, you need to pick up the big rock that was right there that was glowing and shining with a neon sign saying, pick me up. Sometimes I miss it. You are more than willing and able, and it is perfectly fine to tell me those things. Try not to just try to kit me out with the best gear in the game, though. I do hope to try to figure things out. And for puzzles, unless I ask, I try to figure them out myself. But again, if I'm missing something blatantly obvious, you can help me not be frustrated. I appreciate that for sure. It's a very good staff he drops. I don't actually know what staves do. I'm assuming they augment magic, like if you have them in your hand, you do extra whatever elemental damage or less mana cost or whatever. Unfortunately, even though I have magic, I haven't really messed with real magic in any way. I've messed with rune magic once. Don't know anything about powerful rune combinations and what I should be looking for and using. I did find out that you can have a conjured sword and that you can have physical damage protection with runes. But I don't know anything beyond that. Stat sticks essentially have good effects. Yeah, kind of figured that was what they'd be for. I did go back to the throne of Levant 2, but at the time there was nothing there. I think the guy, the king lord dude gave me something. I don't remember. I know I got his spear technique from him, I think in Monsoon. And he gave me, did he give me a weapon? He gave me something, I believe.
Hey there.
Yeah. And then, I can't sit on the throne. I am not prepared.
How can I help you?
I don't know if there's anything else in the palace itself. I didn't really explore this after doing the quest. There is another side over there. They're halberds? Staves are considered halberds. Interesting. Maybe if I really prepare. How does one really prepare? Do I have to wear... Oh, hello, arrow.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, I don't think I want anything else from this guy. I mean, I could buy that, but I don't really have a reason to right now. Let me sell some of my pressure plates and other junk I've picked up.
Can I help you?
I specifically bought 8 pressure plates just to cheese that one boss. Sure, there's some use for smoke root, but I don't know it yet. Like, I know it, but don't actively use it myself, so... We're not selling the shield relic thing. We can get rid of the crystal meth, though. That's fine. I don't hardly ever use life potions. And I am not going to use the staff, but I'm not selling it either, because it's unique loot, and I am a loot goblin, so I grab everything and haul everything with me kind of all the time. That's just what I do. Throne interactions is one of the secret arena bosses. Each one gives you a hint on how to gain access. How did the fight in Monsoon go? I kited pretty much everything into the soldiers while I shot them with the arrows that I had.
What
So,
can I do
all in
for
all,
you?
pretty well. I had some guards really do the heavy lifting for me, and then I was declared the hero, as is the way of things. This is the way. But it was pretty fun. I enjoyed completing the story and what I played of it. It is kind of short, but not bad. Just shorter than I expected it would be for the main story, but it's my understanding that Outward is kind of designed for you to play through, you know, multiple times with different paths and stuff, so like the main story for a single path is short, but once you play through again, you know, you get more of the story, so in that way it's more expansive. Which I'm totally cool with. That seems pretty interesting. Yeah, they put up a good fight. They almost, yeah, pretty much all of them died. I think it was me versus the final Immaculate. Maybe there were a couple other guards. I don't remember exactly.
Want to buy something?
But I basically dragged all the enemies into the guards and then took my sniper shots and everything at them as much as I could. And it worked out pretty well. I think I already grabbed all the water I need, but I'm going to grab more anyway. Word is made to be very replayable. Plus, it was released when the developers were like a team of 10 or 11 people. I don't know how big 9 Dot Studios is, honestly. But, yeah, like, that makes sense, honestly. I think it's perfectly fine. I like games by small developers. A lot of times I'll say like, oh man, I wish this game had like, you know, XYZ thing, but that's not me like harping on it being like, oh, you know, it sucks because it doesn't have it. It's more like I can see where they had limitations and what they built was really cool in... It was really cool in concept. It was just actually the practicality of making it with such a small team just wasn't quite there. And not saying what they made is bad or anything. Just, I could see where they wanted to go further with it and just couldn't for one reason or another. Which makes me excited for Outward 2. I don't think I'm going to play Outward 2, you know, on launch or anything like that. But I am, pretty interested in it and will likely get it. I don't know. I would say this year, but I just found out that my GPU is dying. So there's a good, probably $800 expense that's gonna hit me. So, yeah. Just like I want to get a Nintendo Switch 2 so that I can play the Ocarina of Time remake, because that is literally my favorite game of all time. Hands down, no questions, comments, no debates. My favorite game of all time. And, they're doing a remake of it, and it's not a remaster, and it's not a 3DS remake. It's a legitimate, what seems to be somewhat like Unreal Engine looking like remake, which is amazing. I don't have an egg. Okay, that's why I can't make the potions I was trying to make. That's fine. I'll figure it out. Store the nuts for now. But, yeah. That's like, to get that is going to be a Switch 2, which, even after trade-ins, because I have a Switch OLED, would be still over $300 for me to get, plus the game itself, because it's Nintendo, will probably be $80 or $90, which will be worth every penny for somebody like me, but I don't want to spend $400 on one game, especially when I need a new graphics card. So 9 Dots is over 30 people and plan to keep to being a tighter team. That's fair. Honestly, small teams can do great things when they have a lot of time and no pressure. Like, as long as they're not having somebody breathing down their necks and is like, where's this thing? Let them cook. Let them cook. Okay, so I think with me completing Walled Garden, I have been everywhere in the Abrasar Desert, I think. Because Ancient Ruins, I'm pretty sure you go there for a quest. Sandrose Cave, same thing. Because there's the Sandrose Horror, and I dealt with that. The Colossal Hive, I just went through. Walled Garden, just did. The Fort, which took me to the Cabal of Wind Tower, I think, when I finished it. I think that's how that worked. Docks for the story. Parched Shipwrecks, I've been there. Fought the Manticore a few times around there. Ruins of Old Levant and Vigil Pylon. Definitely did those for the story. Just went through the Stone Titan caves and got the Flame Axe. The Oasis is just an oasis. Pretty sure I've done everything I can here, or at least most things. So it's probably time for me to move on to a different region, and I'm thinking we go back to the Chersonese area, or whatever it's called. Chersonese, however you want to say it. I don't know how they say it. They don't actually say it in-game, from what I can tell so far, anyway. And it is probably snowing there and cold, so I might have to get myself some snow gear of some kind, but I can buy that when I get back to Cirzo. I can't wait for the hilarious Bugs Outward 2 will have. Honestly, bugs make a game better. Change my mind. There's a reason why people love Elder Scrolls Oblivion and Skyrim as much as they do, because bugs make a game better. This jeweled meat is gonna probably rot on me, but oh well. I think what I have is enough to get me from point A to B, and hopefully I get some more eggs so that I can make more spiny meringue when I get into... I don't know, when I travel the desert and kill some things, or what? I'll figure it out. Or pearl birds, but I don't think they're gonna last that long. / Outwards planned content have pretty soon into the development. Besides the 4 base regions, Sorobor and Caldera, there was like a couple more regions they planned, I think. So smaller team and big ambitious project definitely created some difficulties, but it's still a great game, honestly. Like, what they've created is really good. Quite a few parallels between Outward and Dragon's Dogma. Yeah. Dragon's Dogma honestly feels pretty similar. I have played and beaten Dragon's Dogma and did the, you know, the true ending where you do the whole pit of eternal dive bombing. Coffee and Wi-Fi. Hello. Welcome. Outward is like a long roguelike. Especially hardcore mode. Kind of without the RNG. Yeah, honestly, yeah. That's a good way to put that. How do you practice combat? You play and get better, accept defeat. That's my answer. I'm still relatively new to the game myself, but honestly, I think years of Dark Souls have trained me on how to deal with combat in a game like this. Lock-on system, rolling, dodging, timed attacks. If this is your first time playing a game like this, you just kind of play and, you know, take it slow. Never attack when you don't think you can attack. And you'll probably get away with it 70% of the time. You're still going to get hit. There's still going to be mistakes. The enemy's still going to do something you don't expect. You're still going to get locked in an animation or time the roll wrong. But 9 times out of 10, you can make it through. Take your time. Then, once you start feeling confident with the game, test yourself. Go battle something, but instead of crutching something, you know, try to do it a little bit more difficult way. If you've got a really broken build where you're like, you know, two-shotting most basic enemies, don't do that anymore. Try doing normal combat for a little bit on the basic enemy next time you see them. If that's what you're asking. Those are my recommendations. I can't dodge well, also block a lot. I'm always attacking when I want to block. That's the thing, is you gotta just, when you're doing those attacks and stuff, when you're blocking, you really just need to, like, look for your opening, do one attack, don't spam it, and then stop. And wait for them to get you. You should pretty much start with attacking one at a time and then just go from there. Because if you attack multiple times... Oops, that was dumb of me. I was not paying attention. I was talking and got hit by fire. Also, prep for combat as much as you can. This game is very much a game of prep. So, you know, pack food and water and everything you can and have that before you get into a battle if you can help it. If you want, give yourself an advantage with traps, like I have. I'm new to the game too, and I leaned into traps because I've decided to be an archer. But I started the game with melee. And, you know, eventually you just kind of keep going at it until you learn the attack patterns of the enemy and when you can attack and when you can't. And then, once you beat that enemy, you know, you might get some better gear. And honestly, what ends up happening is you start to snowball a little bit. Once you know how to fight a normal bandit, the bandit captain, for the most part, is kind of the same. He's just more armor, more health, stronger weapon, and you can sort of use your knowledge from fighting a standard bandit to fighting the bandit captain. And then they drop better gear, which helps you take out the normal bandits even better. Yeah, it is very easy to overcommit, and if you're listening to me, listen more to Dotsy and Demon of Cream and Spectre. They all have played this game more than I have. So if they've got pointers, take those more to heart, even if they directly contradict mine, because they know the game better than me. But those are my pointers, and that's mostly coming from somebody who also plays a lot of Dark Souls or Elden Ring and stuff like that. Those are all just general, like, action RPG hints and tips, for the most part. Timed blocking and attacking. You don't want to attack too many times in a row, and you really want to play extremely cautious. Assume that if you manage to get one attack in, that the enemy is going to attack immediately after. You could be wrong, but there's no harm in sitting there blocking. If nothing happens, whatever. But if you go for 2 or 3 hits... Yeah, okay, all the cactus fruit didn't make it. Didn't think it would. But if you sit there for 2 or 3 hits, and, or you try to go for 2 or 3 hits, and all of a sudden, you know, the enemy swings and attacks at you when you're doing that, you're locked into those 3 hits and can't get out of it. That doesn't help. Slow and methodical. You can use a few enemies in the tutorial in the main menu to get more used to base amount of stamina and cost of actions. Also use the impact system. Yes, that's a big thing for melee. Something I didn't even mention because as an archer that's less useful, but absolutely 100% agree with that. So you can start staggering and stun lock stuff if you get in there with an impactful skill like kick. Get a real feel after a while, and then it's okay just to go full ham. Agreed. 100% agreed. I always make this turn for Berg way earlier than I should. Thankfully, there's a hill here to maybe save me from my own actions. Come on. Let me up. Let me up. You just did this. Come on, let me up. Let me up. You literally just let me up here. And there's an invisible wall. Darn you, 9 dots. I don't know why I just assumed that the path to the town is always narrower than it is. It's blatantly open, and I just assume it's the narrow path for some reason. Probably because I missed a turn once. I don't know how I would have done that, but I did. Yeah, look at that. Nice and open right there. Well, let's see. Spears along, a lot of poke and roll backwards. Yeah. Rolling costs more stamina than sprinting, though. Sprint to reposition. Being very cautious is important. Yeah. Fair fights are for losers. Exactly. It's never a fair fight against you anyway. Most of the time when you run into a bandit, there's 2 bandits or 3 bandits. So if you gotta bring some pressure plate traps or tripwire traps, do it.
How can I help you?
Or if you just need to run away. I mean, honestly, a good chunk of the game in the beginning could be you running away. And just going to a place like in the very beginning, you've got the mountain in the distance. They have a lot of magic stuff. Of course, there's tougher enemies there and a lot of bandits that guard it. But if you run past them, you might be able to mine some rocks, some magic rocks or whatever, and sell those. And that can get you whatever, arrows or better weapons. I mean, don't worry about the complexities of trying to negotiate that and manage all that. Just use those resources to your advantage. I also forgot to bring money so I could buy the house in Berg. Whoopsie. Oh well. I've got a decent chunk of money, and if I sit here and farm for a little bit, I could buy it, and then I could continue my journey. What am I trying to make? Spiny meringue. Yeah, there we go. Might as well make a travel ration. Can I just cook this egg and then make a travel ration out of this? No. Well, I don't want to use the spiny meringue, so I guess I'm using the jerky for that. Okay. 2 sips of that got me from about 70 to 30, so 20% each-ish. Or, yeah, I was at about 70. because I drank one and got below the whatever threshold, not corrupted, but whatever they called it, threshold. I don't think I'm farming for 300 money here. I'll do that a different time. Make arrows and set up camp and then push on towards Cirso. I'd also say, Coffee, if you're still here listening to the advice that people are saying, don't worry about leaving the first region too early. Like, it's good to branch out because for me specifically, I wanted to be an archer and all of the archery skills are in this town that I'm in right now. But, and like, you'll get better bows and stuff here. So like, same is probably true for melee weapons, but also don't like immediately book it and try to leave the region. You know, take your time, explore it, make a little bit of money. You should be able to basically buy almost everything you want and then, like, have a couple hundred in reserve for money before you want to travel to the next region. So, you know, you're going to want a good melee weapon, a good armor set, or, you know, whatever, clothing set at the very least if you plan on running. But yeah, you're gonna stay in that region for a little while, so don't worry about like trying to go too far too quickly. When I did it, it was purely because I was looking for skills that went with the bow, but there are plenty of melee skills out in the starting regions, so as a melee fighter, you probably don't need to travel as early. Not saying there's not a benefit to doing it, because every town has a different thing, but for me specifically, I found more use traveling slightly earlier than what maybe most people would do. Also, if you're getting hit all the time in combat and you're trying to roll, drop your pack. Make sure you're not wearing a pack. And there is a skill in the game, which is why I have mine on, that lets you roll with it on. But like, that's pretty far from the start and is an investment, so feel free to just drop your pack. Nothing's gonna happen to it. You'll be just fine. You can always get it again in the future. And if you die, then you'll find your pack again. It never goes away. I was scared of that in the beginning, I'll admit. Myself, I was like, what happens if I die with my pack on the ground? Because I thought I lost it, but it stays. It'll spawn near you, and you can use your compass to find it. They never really explained that. I had to actually ask my chat for that, so I think it was Demon specifically, so thank you, Demon. I'm wondering how Zan's doing. He is 6 feet deep. I did not convince him, and I may have used a bunch of pressure plates to send him to space and then into a hole. And thank you for following, Dotsy. I should have that stream stuff open. Onion Orc also followed a while ago. Rip Izan. Well, I tried to convince him, but I didn't pick the best dialogue tree, I think. So I kind of picked the ones that were like, are you insane? This isn't doing anything. I didn't agree with him like at all. So I'm pretty sure he just assumed I wasn't on his side, and that's kind of true. Even though he's my buddy, I will say I find this game kind of funny when they do that. They're like, do you want to go with your friend Izan, or your childhood friend Oliel, or the mayor? And I'm like, I don't know any of you people. It's been 5 minutes, and you're telling me I have to make a choice between two supposed friends and my not mom, who kind of stood up for me? And Dima was saying maybe they assumed that all of you would go, or like most people would go after Oliel and follow the whatever, the holy mission. But I was like, if there was anybody I was going to side with off of a whim, it probably would have been what's the lady's name? Rissa Aberdeen. Because she's literally the only one that really sticks up for you. The town is in an outcry, and then, like, Oliel almost kicks your butt, and then all of a sudden, Rissa's like, no, 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 everybody shut up, and then Oliel's all like, yeah, you heard, Mom. Like, okay. Izan sank the boat, technically, but it was his brother who was supposed to be manning the lighthouse or
This
whatever.
worries me.
And he wasn't, so yeah. And then he got the debt on his head, and he was like, come on, brother in debt, let's leave here and go live free. And I was like, sure, my man. More like I sided with him because the desert had the rolling skill that I wanted and had the fleet-footed, which I almost got, but like it had the skills that I wanted. So I'm like, yeah, go Levant. Yes, absolutely. I am right behind you. As I proceeded to waste time in Berg farming for better gear and getting archer skills and getting money for said archer skills. Yeah, you can travel around to all the towns before you side with them. I just ended up being in Levant because I was like, that's where the skills are. That's the ones I wanted. It was a little rough being in Levant as my main thing with not a good bow, because at the time I farmed Berg for Coralhorn, or rather farmed the Enmerkar forest, not the town. I didn't just murder townsfolk until I had enough money to get a bow, but I farmed this area for coral horns so that I could have the coral horn bow, and then with that I went into Levant, or rather the Abrasar Desert. I'm gonna refer to the regions kind of by their town names because I don't know, that just works for me. The Levant area. Maybe that's because around where I live, that's how people tend to refer to town. Wow, that guy got smoked. I was not expecting that. Okay. Yeah, anyway, I farmed this area to get the coral horn and then went to the desert and realized that the trap guy was there and had the pressure plate skill, and I was like, I need money and I need a house. And like somebody mentioned, like you can get a house if you side with them or something. So I was like, all right, and I'm siding with them. I didn't get a house for a long time, but you know, being kind of based in the desert did help me, I think, kind of get started. Everything was more expensive because of the embargoes and stuff like that, but that also meant that I was able to sell things more, and I kind of traveled between Berg and Levant. Sell things in Levant, buy things in Berg. Sort of. I didn't exactly do that, but kind of did. So. And then eventually got the horror bow, and then I did cheese and wait things out. Wait for the timer. And when I finally got the reusable pressure plates, I made a ton of decay charges, because that's really easy. Crab eye and salt. So I was like, yep. I'm gonna make a bunch of these, and I'm gonna abuse pressure plates plus the poison, and that's how I've built up my character. And now I have 42 gold ingots sitting in my house. Because somehow, after I got the horror bow and I got the pressure plate skill, I just, even though it costs resources to make all that, I somehow just ended up getting more stuff. Many long hikes. Actually, I can tell you what it was. Levant is the best place to make money, I think, from my experience. Because all the bandits in the desert with the steel sabers, 72 silver apiece, and they're everywhere. I think even the Kopesh that the normal bandits drop is like 25 or something. And this is post-embargo inflation increase thing, so that's just money. Like, that's real big money that you can get just by taking out a few humans. I sold steel sabers like they were just, I don't know, the best thing ever. I made so much money doing that. That's honestly where most of it came from. There were so many times, so many streaming sessions where I had my character slow run of shame all the way across the desert so I could sell 5 steel sabers, but dang it, that was like 450 silver. So after everything, the 5 steel sabers plus all the other random trinkets that they had, occasionally finding a mana stone and stuff and selling that, you know, big money, honestly. Traps plus bows is a classic combo. Yes, it is. I sort of didn't want to necessarily build into traps. Like, I did after a while, after I was in Cierzo for a while, and I was thinking of how I could get into this. There are a ton of tripwire traps around, and they're fairly easy to make. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm doing bow plus traps, which is a little cheesy, but, like, whatever. I needed it for this early game, because having the simple bow and wood arrows sucks. It's not good. I love that I'm one-shotting that guy. That's actually hilarious to me. Plus, it helped because, by being able to, you know what? I guess I'll take the iron sword, too. By being able to, when I went to Berg and got sniper shot, I was able to deal with bandits much faster and easier, too. And conserve more arrows. I was able to stockpile things a little bit better. This region is going to be so easy. I might have to deal with temperature changes, but I have more than enough money to buy a full set of winter armor if I want. Which I might. Just don't move. Okay, he nearly died. Oh, come on. Plus, you know, when you use like 2 or 3 arrows to deal with a guy, and he drops 7 to 10... I mean, that's just stockpiling arrows now. That is just investments right there. I know I just got my corruption down, but this place is calling to me. I desperately want to see what's in here. This is one of the places I never explored. Most everything will want to be close range, so using traps is a good strategy for entrenchment. Yeah, absolutely. Ah, we have some of these golems. Okay. I care less about these guys. They're not that interesting to me. Okay. So... I cannot interact with that. These guys are blocking this path. This is your guys' fault. I didn't want to actually fight any of you. Solid damage on all of them from one trap. Heck yeah. I guess we're taking that one out. Okay, and now we're just done with this. Thank you, game. Vigil lock key. Well, I guess I needed to fight them anyway. And that just now has an interact. I wish that had an interact and it told me it was locked rather than no interact until I had a key. Oh, Ice Flame Torch. I guess that's cool. Broad Dagger would have been nice early game. Halberd doesn't matter. Used for some crafting, but not a big deal for me. Also, I can tell you what really made me money, too. The frickin', gold lich sword or whatever the heck. Oh my god. For frickin' fireflies, the little gold lich contraption box, and an iron sword giving you something that sells for, I think it was $260 a sword. My god. That was insane money. I never was expecting to make that from something like that. Oh, I'm gonna take this. I didn't see an interact thing, but maybe I was too busy thinking about combat. Nerve gas seems, from what I've been told and what people like guided me on in combat, seems to be the thing to use against like any automaton. Maybe the same for ghosts too. I don't know. It's fairly easy to make, so especially if you're in the marshes, which is where I farmed all of that. Now some of the ghosts I like to use fire on, because I think any elemental damage is decent on them, but like, yeah, and then you can just, even though they're physical resistant, I mean, that was pretty easy, so. Gold Lich weapons are great for money. Specifically, one-handed Gold Lich stuff is value. Those still aren't the most expensive craftable stuff. I bet, honestly. If that stuff was willing to give me hundreds for just an iron sword and then world drop items that you got from stuff in the marsh, I think I left the marsh. I made, I think, 4 or 5 gold lich swords, sold what I could, and left the marsh. I think I came back. I left because I went to the marsh after I farmed Levant for a while. I went to the marsh with, I think it was something like 14 gold ingots because I wasn't sure if I wanted to get any of the chain skills there. And I left with like 24. I didn't buy a single chain skill or anything of any value really. And I left with like almost double what I had when I entered. Actually insane. Oh yeah, the bow sells for like 900. Yeah, I've already seen that. And honestly, not that hard to make either. Nightmare mushrooms, that's new. I never saw these before, and they've been here the whole time, I'm willing to bet. Can stimulate the mind when carefully cooked. Okay. the good stuff. So we have crystal meth and we have shrooms in this game. Nice. The devs know what they're doing. Hyena. Goodbye. Yeah, ghost eyes are great damage. Yeah, I thought they only dropped from ghosts, but, you know, you can get them from some of the plants, too. And so, when I found out that there were plants in the game that gave them to you, I was like, oh. Oh, okay. I was like, so you can farm those, too. Honestly, I think the real steamrolling happened when I got the pressure plate traps, because then I was using the alchemy kit to make the incendiary and decay traps for the most part. And then when I hit monsoon and explored the marsh, I made like 20 nerve gas traps because I got all the stuff for that. Nothing in there. Didn't think so. Because I already looted it. It's crazy how much the marsh area really just like... It literally gave you everything you needed for the nerve gas. It's like the weird weed thing. Live weedy or whatever it's called. Live weedy. And what was the other thing? Other component. Something easy to get, other than salt. Blood mushroom, maybe? That might have been it. And, like, those are kind of everywhere, so... My stamina. Spining meringue. With the more rare base ingredients, it's the hardest thing to make. Yeah, I noticed that the horror bow was kind of wild. Because you needed... Where the heck is it? You needed 2 horror chitin, which I didn't have, a war bow, which was already expensive, especially in Levant when I first got there. The thing's like worth 1,200 or something. And then occult remains, which are... I had a couple of them, but they're still fairly rare. But yeah, I mean, like, a lot of this stuff... Yeah, people will farm horror weapons, I'm sure, for money. I made the bow and then was like, I'm using this thing because it kind of is the best bow that I've found. I'm sure, I think somebody mentioned that there's an obsidian bow, and I have some obsidian crafting recipes, so part of me wants to just fool around and see if I can make an obsidian bow. Because I think somebody mentioned it before I even knew what obsidian was or where to get it. Pouch overweight. Yeah, suddenly over 100 arrows. Anywhere that's not the desert, and all of a sudden I just am teeming with arrows. Also, I wonder if the Wendigo is over here, because he totally rushed me one time when I was fighting some bandits, and I don't know where he even came from, but I don't see him right now. Maybe he's a nighttime thing only, which would make the most sense to me. Not that I really care, because I don't really want to fight him, but I wondered if he was here. Blah, 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 blah. in-game. Horror bow doesn't even get the decay damage and extreme poison without enchantment. They one of three or it's one of the 3 or 4 best bows in the game, yeah. They are unapologetically busted, but man, it feels good to watch something's health melt. I will say, like, I feel like the horror bow, if you want to call it busted, sure, but like, it fits exactly what this game wants for archery. You have elemental damage from range. It is exactly what this wants. I might understand it more for like swords and maces and stuff if you can have poison damage on top of your like impact damage on top of whatever else, you know, you're afflicting confusion or whatever the heck. But the intrinsic poison is not decay or deadly poison or whatever, it's just poison, is nice. And it does make me feel a little Robin Hood like when I play, because of the whole thing of like being able to shoot somebody and then just run away and them not know what happened and then they just keel over. Like, there's something to be said about that. Oh, the unapologetically busted pressure plates. I mean, but that's the thing too. At least in my luck, in my luck with pressure plates, I found like 2 in this entire region when I first started. I didn't find like 10 or 20 of them and, you know, use them repeatedly. I think I found 2 and didn't use them unless I absolutely needed to. I used tripwire, and I also didn't have a lot of components for pressure plates to just, you know, farm. Like, I needed the firestones or whatever. So, aside from, like, using lanterns and firestones, I didn't know any recipes for like incendiary charges or any of those charges until I got to Berg, I think it was. So like as a new player, pressure plate traps were kind of like you had to have a component that you found in the wild in order for it, or random incendiary charges that you found in loot crates. I think the alchemist here did give me the ones for the decay charges or poison charges, whatever they call them. Plate traps also require basic plate training passive from rogue engineer to even be used. You can't use them without it? I thought you could use it, you just didn't recover them. I know that's the recovering part is the skill. That, like, one of the expertise skills or whatever you can learn from him. But I guess that makes sense too.
Hey there!
Yeah, I still need to get that. I have enough power coils. I got like 6 in my box, so I'm definitely fine on that front. Glug. Okay. I might actually finally be able to start having some arrows in my box as reserve. Oh, I picked up armor somewhere. I suppose that's fine. Good old alchemy kit. What am I doing? I need to do manual cooking. Toxic charges. There we go. Blacksmith sells poison arrows. You know, now that you mention it, I think I remember him selling them, but the problem was the money. I didn't have the money at the time, and I didn't start making real money until after I left, so I think that's a big thing, too. They're not that expensive, but, like, when you first start this game, you don't even have, like, 30 silver to buy a bundle of normal arrows, so I was out there farming bandits, turning their stuff to scrap and harvesting wood to make 3 arrows, and then hoping that I could take out a normal bandit and like a archer bandit.
What can I? All right.
It's not even that much more expensive, but like at the time I just didn't have that money. I don't think I bought really much of anything from him for a long time. But it does give me a new appreciation for him now that I've played this far, knowing that like he kind of has something that's decent early game. Like, yeah. Is there anything else I want to sell? Not particularly right now. I love that the hatchet and like the pitchfork and stuff in town just respawn too, allowing you to make certain tools and weapons and stuff sometimes. Not the hatchet so much, I don't think, but the pitchfork.
What is it?
Huh.
Nobody has news for little old me.
Need something?
Yeah, two-handed sword skill I don't really
Need something?
Yeah, let's see. I should just run around town and talk to people again. It's been a long time since I've been here. I already fixed the water purifier thing. Don't think there's anything over here for me. I've never actually looked at this thing, though. They have a plant in there that filters the water. Huh. And then there's another plant. So, like, probably purifies it. Interesting. I've never really noticed that. Yes, I do have his, whatever it's called, big glaive, or whatever.
Is there something you... Can you help with this?
ledger. I already did this side quest once. I'm not going there anytime soon. Sorry, dude.
Can I help you?
I can spend money on food recipes now.
What could I wonder.
Amber, my friend.
Yeah, I'm not a spellblade. I don't think steady arm is at all useful, but I've got an abundance of money, so we're gonna buy it. Yeah, none of these other things are really that useful to me. Hey, she's back. Hello.
I'm glad to see you.
And has literally nothing to say. Okay. Thought you might be interested in, you know, anything I have. That's fine. I'm gonna loot your stuff again. I'm gonna doubt that this, Oh, the town key is in my chest. Okay, I gotta grab that again if I want to loot that. Maybe later.
Greetings, friend. Lend me your ear. I'm always interested in curiosities. What have you got? I'll see you.
I'm gonna move my controller down below the desk. Okay, let's give this a try. Elbows are getting sore. I don't usually play like this, but it's fine. Okay, so you guys are talking about like unique enchantments on weapons or mods. Very fun. I love when that type of stuff, like Dark Souls 2, there were people that were modifying and messing with stuff, and they were giving themselves like crazy swords that had like 4 different elemental effects at the same time and all that. I'm sure they do it in the newer games too. It was a big issue in Dark Souls 2 because the banning in that game was really strict. I actually got soft banned in my Dark Souls 2 because somebody dropped a hacked item in my world and I picked it up, not knowing that it was a thing. And then they soft banned me, and I tried to contact Bandai Namco, and they were like, yeah, we can see that you're soft banned, but there's nothing we can do. Like, okay, yeah, sure. There's nothing you can do. Uh-huh. More like, at the time that all that happened, it was after Dark Souls 2 had been, like, out for a long time. Scholar of the First Sin was out. And they had, I think, already released Dark Souls 3 by that point, so they didn't care. But I'm a big fan of Dark Souls, so, you know, I just made another account to play Dark Souls 2 on. Dumb, but I did. Steam is gracious enough to have sales that puts that game on dirt cheap, so I don't remember what I paid for it again. $10, maybe. Mathematically, there are more than 165 builds you can make in Outward. Okay, but mathematically, are we talking like the build is different if I do the exact same thing but use, you know, a machete instead of an iron sword? Like you're swapping out basically the same thing but for a better or different version? Because you've got a weapon slot and a shield slot and like associated augments to those weapons. Same thing with magic. This playthrough I use ice magic. In this other playthrough I use fire magic. Not that it's not different, but like how different is it really? I don't need to be making more arrows. I may have an overweight pouch already, and I am sitting here making more arrows. Pearlbird. Hello. You just stay right there. Okay. Did I bring power coils? Not on me. I have plenty in my house. About like 6. Somebody keeps telling me to bring power coils when I go do things in this region. I've been told this many times. I don't know where it is, so I just keep forgetting to to grab them before I go. I'm sure I'll find the person, and then I'll make the trek back to town. I'm sure it'll happen. Of which I'm fine with that, honestly. The only reason why I'm here is to investigate a lot of these landmarks that I just didn't before. Starting with the fort. I did want the backpack, but I don't know who has it. And I will hopefully figure that out in my exploration. But yes, I know that there's something to do with the power coils to make the backpack. Either it's a recipe I find, or I make it, or somebody makes it for me with the stuff. I'm sure there's something. But I have not yet... I know 2 pieces of the puzzle. Power coils make a backpack, but I don't know what else, or whom, or how it is made. So, that is what I am attempting to figure out on my own. And if I can't figure that out, then I will ask... What the heck? What am I missing? Also, the fort's over here. I'm big dumb. You'll find the place and then you understand everything instantly. See, that's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. And then I will do the slow run of shame, because I will be over encumbered more than likely. Wishing I had this thing. But I will gladly do that slow run of shame, because unless you guys looked it up on the wiki, hopefully nobody told you that, because that's part of the fun of experiencing the game, right? Is being able to experience these moments. Finding the cool things and being like, oh, sick, I finally got this thing I've heard about. At least that's how I feel about things. I love when I finally put it together. Something that always happens too with some of my friends, like, for example, when Elden Ring first came out, my buddy sort of followed the critical path. I don't know how much he knew about the game beforehand. But inevitably he was like, yeah, I went to Liurnia, the Magic Academy and all that. And so when he told me that and I stepped foot in Liurnia, I was like, nope, and went the other way. And I found Caelid, which I think was honestly the cooler thing to discover. It was harder, more difficult, but I think it's the cooler location. Last time I was in here, there were a bunch of ghosts. I couldn't do diddly against them, so we're gonna just do one of these. And then open. Well, that was easier than expected, and I got the ghost eyes back. Alright. Spiritual varnish. Wow, okay. I made it about, down to here. There's some guys down here. That's as far as I made it in here one time, and I never came back, so... Come on, Ghost Man. That's really hilarious to me that you can do that combo. Mana Stone, take it. Oh my god, paragraph. I want to read this, even if it's not addressed to me. It's like this area was made for this. I'm not even gonna lie. Outside this place were plants with ghost eyes. Pressure plate, boom, insta-kill. And the ghosts give you ghost eyes so that you can keep insta-killing them. And they give you spiritual varnish too in the beginning, which you could also use on pressure plates. This place just feels like... I already know how to make that. Feels like I'm supposed to be doing this. Okay, more path, but also more path. So we're gonna go this way first. Right, there's a interact here, then there was a red ghost. Right, hello. Here, you can have a varnish. Yeah, that did most of your health. Okay. He took forever to fight last time because I didn't have pressure plates. He also... Oh, he's all the way over here now. I'll be taking that. Spiritual varnish. Cold stone. Loot chest. Half plate helm. Sure. I'm a loot goblin. I'll take it. None of that. Okay, so we're back in here. Okay, so the circle's around that way. Got it. Does not open. Lever. I have a very bad habit of writing paragraphs with all the details. I want people to hear from me. Hey, no, paragraphs are cool, man. I am way okay with that. The alternative is tiny amounts of text where you don't get your thought across very well, and then people have to ask for more details and clarifying questions. So you know what? Paragraph away, good sir. Or madam. I don't mean to make assumptions. Oh, no, I don't want to set that. Or however you wish to address yourself. This actually just feels like this dungeon was built for this. Ah, legitimately. Okay, there's a down there. I don't want to do that yet. Have both the power of God and anime on your side. Ah, we have another one of these elevators. Neat. Okay, I kind of made a loop. Maybe not a loop, but like... I'm gonna guess this opens this section, and then there was Spooky Guy who was patrolling, so we're just gonna plant one of these. And hope that the game doesn't decide to just steal that from me. Hello. Didn't expect to fight one of these again. That does solid damage. Okay, that worked. I'll be taking that now. I love that you guys are on your own down there talking about different builds and stuff. I'm okay with that. I'm following along. I'm paying attention to what you guys are saying. Just not commenting much, letting you guys have your own day. Ah, okay. Alright, well, I've successfully made it around the caged room that I want to go into. I'm gonna guess it's this lever in here. Yes. Why are you stuck on a pillar? Oh, hello. I was not expecting that for some reason. Yeah, I should really not try to do charge up shots when he's right in front of me. How about that? I may or may not be bleeding. It's fine. He may or may not be poisoned as well. Oh, I'm poisoned. Oh, that's what it is. Hello. Yeah. 1 damage. I think I can just out-heal this one. A Lat's Relic. Okay. Easy enough. Yeah, I was catching that, where you were saying the 165 was basically every possible combination, but then there's good and bad ones, but still, ultimately, probably quite a bit. Yeah, I was reading that. Makes sense, too. Does this gate not open, and that's why they have the roundabout thing? Okay. This guy would have completely smoked me if I had fought him. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. If I had fought him in the early game. I thought about coming back here and doing that and fighting him with just like sniper shot and stuff, I think, at the time, because I went to Berg and came back. But no, he would have absolutely clapped me otherwise. Now, I'm not sure if any of you really care. You guys are all pretty new here. Well, some of you are. But I do have a cat in real life. Her name is Gracie. I'm not gonna showcase her anything right now, but in case you're wondering a little bit about me, I was just seeing cat emotes and stuff in there, so I figured I'd share some of my Gracie ones I've made for the stream, which you get if you follow. Although the animated ones, I think, are subscriber only, and there's nothing I can do about that. But those are all the emotes that I've made so far. If you want to see what she looks like. She's a calico. She is long fur, long hair cat. And she is currently asleep in her rocking chair behind me. Which if I move the other way around, you can see there's a rocking chair back there. That's her chair. She has to have it. Yeah. The jump shot, yeah. Whatever they call it, yeah. I love that skill for things that are actually chasing me down, but I really didn't think that guy was gonna do that much to me. So I just kind of didn't use it. He did get me poisoned, and he did give me a debuff, whatever, excuse me, whatever this is, pain. But that'll go away. I out-healed it all. I didn't want to use the shot because it just didn't see a real point in using it. And that's, that whole area is cursed. Is she mostly chill or a pain? She is a little bit of both. She's more chill than she has been recently. But there are some days when she absolutely dominates the stream. She is the real star of the show. There are some days where I have to showcase her. She's laying on my hand. She's giving me little love bites to try to get attention. You know, whatever. And that's even on some days where I play with her a lot to try to tire her out. She still does it because she just wants that attention. Oh, I cannot just normally strafe that. Okay. Oh, hello. Oh, the game's doing that weird thing again where there, yeah, an input bug. I don't know why that happens, but it happens. But right now, she's snoozing. She's being very good. And she's been quiet off camera for the most part. Her name is Gracie, if I didn't already say her name. I've already forgotten what I've said about her because I was playing and my brain completely just went on autopilot when I was playing and talking. But yes, she is very cute, and I intend to make more channel points and rewards and all that other stuff based around her at the moment. Hermit's house, okay. You know, so I've somewhat lied a little, just a tiny bit to you guys who are newer. I did play this game before. Technically, this is not my first playthrough, but I don't remember anything about my first playthrough, and I never completed it. I was playing with friends. They kind of carried me through a lot of it, and they were new too, but we traveled as a group, and I was the archer of the group, and didn't really get to help a lot in combat because I didn't get to build my character very much before we kind of quit playing. We made it all the way to Levant, so we went through the Hallowed Marsh, we went through the forest, we went into the desert, and then we quit. We did come here once, so I do now remember this place, but I didn't remember at all before. And I don't remember anything about this place at all. So all of this is still going to be discovered for the first time. But technically speaking, this is not my first playthrough, but I just don't remember anything, so consider it mostly a first playthrough. Okay, I don't think there's anything else I want from you right now.
Excellent. Listen to me.
Interesting. New trainer. Melee weapon, magic circle on the ground, certain skills have additional effects when you're in the sigil there. Boons effect are increased. Weather tolerance. Probably gonna want that. Mana push. Call to elements grants you a boon that varies according to your location. Okay. Feel soul. Well, we're gonna get weather tolerance, probably. Call to elements must be learned. Fine. Wow, okay.
How are you? How are you?
I love picking things up off of tables and selling it back to the owner for profit. It's my favorite thing to do. Did Streamlabs really get you with the swearing? That's funny. Hope she only sell 3 enchanting pillars, seriously. Does it take 4 pillars normally to do enchanting? I don't know anything about enchanting. The title of the stream is DLC or enchanting. Was sort of intending on learning more enchanting. But I legitimately just didn't get into that today. I went on an exploration to another area, hoping that I find something. But I kind of understand what these scrolls tell me to do. You need incense, which I don't have a lot of incense. Like, I don't even know where the heck chrysalis incense is, and I know I don't have any. And then obviously weapon type, and then weather and stuff. That all makes sense. Here's a pedestal, and here are the pillars. You're missing one? No, why would you even need 4? Most need 4 pillars, got it. Well, you told me to interact with, what was the thing? Oh, the Lich is ready to give me more stuff. I don't have a quest for it, but he told me to touch totems somewhere around the map. And then he would teach me spells, not that I really care, but... Check her recipes later. She and Alchemist might have an incense recipe or 2. That's fair enough. Buy the pillars and use them later. I'm assuming, in that case, they're consumable. I already have 3 of them, and I just bought 3 more. But I'm assuming the enchanting pillars are consumable, hence why the merchants keep restocking them all the time. I don't need more iron. Hello, my favorite person that wards the out. Going outward and outward. Hello, Panzer, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. We are somewhat exploring things I should have probably done a long time ago at this point. I am back in the Cirzo area and went through the fort. So I am over here now. I have beaten the main story. I don't know if you were here for that last time. But yeah, I have beaten the main story, siding with Levant, so now I'm just kind of wandering, and maybe I'll figure out enchanting stuff. I thought about starting DLC or doing enchanting, that's why the title of the stream was the way that it is, but it turned into a wander around and clearing dungeons instead. Which is nothing wrong with that. I'm trying to find extra crafting recipes and stuff, if I can. Congrats on finishing the tutorial. Hello, ghost. I think he just missed. This is taking way too long, but I don't care. If I get hit, it's fine. Not having anything ethereal is a little bit annoying. Oh, hello, there's another one. Mana Stone, Bolt Rag doesn't matter. Mana Stone, take that. Wine. Okay. Wine. Loot chest. Nothing. Okay. Ah. After the main story is where the fun begins. Good. Oh, a steel saber. Man, that would be nice in the early game. I'm not going to take it, though, because I don't need it for anything. Yeah, I want to get into the DLC, but I want to understand, like, enchanting, I think, before I do that, and possibly put some enchantments on, / maybe make a better bow. Still trying not to look things up if I can help it. But if I miss something blatantly obvious, you guys can scream at me and say, go back and flip the liver, dum-dum, and I'm fine with that. I'm still trying to figure out where the heck this awesome backpack that people keep talking about is. But I'm also trying to do that on my own without anybody telling me. I've been told I'll know how to make it when I see it, but I am also very blind sometimes, so who knows if that's actually true. I love how ghosts just explode when you have anything ethereal. Yeah, they just gone. I love it. Very fun. I want to know what's in these ruins, like over here. Probably shouldn't explore this at night, but you know what? I'm gonna. A little corruption never harmed anybody. That's not a true statement, but we don't question it. This is a graveyard. Do you have any spooky things in the graveyard? I'm sure there are great lore implications for why a graveyard has a bunch of corruption. There's probably a story or something. Ooh, are you a horror? You are a horror. Little guy. You know, this game could go very easily down a scary route and make the game actually terrifying. But they've still made it, like, kind of cartoonish and fun, because horrors are not really that scary in their design. But man, the, like, lore of the game is, like, from what I understand of them, which is not much, is that, like, people pretty much fear them. There's a big old war to fight these things. So it should be terrifying. But then I just see this goofy little thing that looks like an alien dog from something like No Man's Sky, and I'm like, oh, hello. Oh, there are more horrors. Well then. What is inside building? Iron vein that I don't care about. Nightmare mushrooms. I have no idea what these are. What they're for. Okay, I think it's time to leave. Yeah, Immaculates look way cool. I agree. I found the friendly Immaculate once after dying. And I didn't even see him at first. I was just blind. And then I saw him and I was talking to him. I'm like, oh, this just like, he's a chill guy. It's supposed to be scary and cruel and want to murder humanity. Ah, is this one of the things I need to... Yes, it is. Okay, I see. Okay, so there's probably one of those things in there, but it is nighttime and I can't see crap. So, how about we sleep, then we go explore whatever this is. They are mushrooms that are nightmarish. No need to thank me. Yes, indeed. I missed something very obvious, I'm sure. It is nighttime, and I was not wanting to fight anything at the time. So I'm gonna sleep and go back. I really felt like I was missing something. So, I'm just gonna live here for the night, and they're not gonna say a darn thing. I'll eat this too. When else am I gonna have it? So many plain arrows, proper archer approach. Yeah, unfortunately, I walked into here with like 80, and now I have 120 without really trying. I just converted pretty much everything I wanted into scrap, and then suddenly now have a bunch of extra arrows. I did not mean to have as many arrows. In fact, I was going to put some away and then forgot. Oh. Neat. I like it. It glows. Glow is friend. Okay, now that it's daytime, I will still miss this thing that I missed. But I will do it in the daytime. Hello, horrors. They healing each other? Stop that. They are healing each other. Yeah, stop that. I missed. Cool. I actually don't want that. Don't need beast fangs, I'm fine. Tiny things are probably the most annoying enemy in groups, probably because they heal each other, I'm guessing. Arrowflation. Manual aiming much? I mean, I've done some manual aiming here and there. Oh, there's a mantis. What are you doing? Unless you mean with the reticle. I've done that a fair bit too. I don't know. I don't notice anything like particularly amazing about manually aiming. "28 arrows wounds." Glow is friend unless you meet enemy that glows. This is fine, and the little reticle's fine. It works. I'm playing on controller because that's just kind of how I play action RPGs. It feels the best to me. I could switch to keyboard and mouse, but I played this far on controller, so why not? Okay, so blind me is going to miss something very obvious. I mean, I was in this building area. So probably missed something in the building. Corrupted tombs. I'm sure this can only be a good thing. Do arrows, like, not despawn? I read your comment about the firing from, like, the mountain. I don't think I need that. Let's see. I mean, everything despawns, but I mean, like, I found arrows that have been from, like, a previous battle, so I kind of assume that they don't really, like, despawn unless it does the world despawning thing that it does, reset. Hello, you. Maybe don't do that. Dagger, poison varnish. I apparently don't know how to make, but I will now, I guess. Not that I'm ever gonna use it. Arrows, blood shroom, more nightmare mushroom. That's cool. So they do stay around, even if they're elementals. Some games are crap about that, where you fire a poison arrow, and it's like, it's now a normal arrow, because you used it. And I'm like, I kind of get that, but also a video game. Let me have my poison arrow back if I miss. Okay. Cool, did that. Oh, hello. Oh, Ice Wendigo. I'm guessing that's what that is anyway. Can you not? I would very much like you to not. Kinda need my bag, but would rather you come down here for a second. Let's do a little fire for you. That did some damage. Fat rolling to the wind. Well, that didn't make any sense. Ow. For the win is what I meant to say. I was gonna say to the rescue, I said to the win. A cursed Wendigo. Flowering corruption. Scourge chitin that has been given birth to that has given birth to flowers. Yes, I guess. Yeah, Wendigos are freaky. I have a thing. Chill for a while. Okay. I think that's manageable. I'll just use these varnishes up real quick. If I can get this thing to come after me. I missed. Stop moving so much. Yeah, come over here. Oh, it does have two skulls. That's wild. Come here, you. Should just sniper shot you and be done with it. Yeah, there's not really a point to using the traps on you, but... Okay. I didn't notice the Wendigo had two skulls. That's kind of crazy. Is that intended? Arrow. Elemental particle ice. Nice. I think the fire one is also used for enchanting. Oh, hello. Uh-huh. There's a little bit of stuff down here. I'm guessing this is where the Wendigo decided to make its lair, and then I kind of just took care of that. Let's eat this, and let's drink this, and let's, I don't even know anymore. I've got too much crap on me. 93 pounds. Drink this, probably. Might as well use the tea here, because I think I've got mana regen, maybe. Wasn't paying attention to what I ate. Don't need the insect husks. I'm full health and don't need more bandages. We're just gonna drop this. We'll make more arrows. Why am I blind? Why do I do that? I think we got all the arrows out of my bag, except for the fire ones. Meat makes jerky. There's lots of ways to make meat, so we're just gonna drop that. I don't really see a reason to have the mushrooms, so we're just gonna drop that. Just munch on that. Better. Broken tent. Potion. And random assortment of things. Take the potions. Okay. Very intended. Elemental particles, big win. They made this guy into a unique Wendigo. Yeah, it's cool. I really like this. First of all, I like the Wendigo design to begin with, and then this one being like ice Wendigo, really cool. I like this whole ice cave, actually. Yeah, the tea just kind of stockpiled. I think I found the needle tea. The mineral tea I kept on me for long journeys. The soothing tea, again, I think I found. In the bitter spicy tea, I don't need it right now because I think I just ate something, so those are for like I don't go back to town for 3 days type of things, and I can't do anything with this. All right, I would imagine that maybe in the corrupted area I missed something, or down here I missed something, or I'm not supposed to go in there yet. That's all the stuff I dropped. You can never have enough tea. Agreed. Let's see. Oh, what's down here?
Oh, you! The boxes on the side! Check the boxes on the side!
Who is talking to me? This seems like a bad idea. Oh, wait.
Finally!
It's the skull.
Boy there.
Hello. Talking skull.
Listen.
Put me back together, I'll open the path there. Ah.
To try to keep anything nasty from coming out. Listen.
There was a lot of blood spilled in the old fort. The victims just couldn't let go of the afterlife. Caused a lot of corruption to spill out. Gave those victims a home here where they can live their lives. There's an ancestral altar that they can tether their memories to so they can remember who they were when they were
There's
alive.
also plenty of corruption to feed on. It's not great, but it's enough to keep us sane. Oh.
Ah. Milking a deer.
If it's not dealt with, those ghosts will lose what little humanity they have left. Let me feel for them. Okay, my torso feels like it's
propped
propped
up
up
on something in a lit
up
area. Feels like it's in a there's a minecart tracks nearby. If I bring my skull there, I can probably feel the other parts. Alrighty. There's a guy. I like this guy. Junk pile. Money. Let me guess. Ghost guy down here is not friendly. He's losing his humanity. Or whatever the heck. So... I was gonna place an ethereal trap, but I guess we're taking him out. I don't know why I'm placing another one. I'm just gonna get hit. It's fine. Ethereal. He's gonna hit me again. That's okay. Poof. Okay. Ghost Eye. I didn't want to roll. Let's see. I miss my hobo camps from the base game. Yeah, I heard that they made some changes to that stuff. I can see where that's definitely fun, though, having, like, little stashes around. Propped up on something by some tracks. I'm gonna place a trap here and keep it here for a bit. Because I have a feeling I'm gonna wander around in circles. I'm not mining that. I don't care. A skeleton. First time I fought a skeleton ever. Oh, I picked up a pickaxe. Dang, I didn't want to do that. Guys, chill out. I'm not trying to fight, trying to save you. Okay, well, we're gonna drop the almost broken mining pick. We thought about what you might want to try for the next build, or yet to see the rest of the skill trees to even think about it. So for me, I think it would be magic based, because I feel like I didn't get to really get into magic like I wanted to. Because I have magic, and I've barely played around with it. Well, I found his arm. Okay. I feel like I didn't get to get into magic much. It would either be magic or it would be your classic rogue of dagger backstab stealth stuff. Warrior seems like it could be fun, like a standard kind of either shield or mace or shield and mace, shield and sword, that type of thing. Seems like it could be pretty fun. But that's probably the way I would go, because typically in a game, my first build is always like the ranger type of character. Then my next build is almost always the mage, because that's like my second favorite class to kind of work with. And then I usually do like a warrior class after that. So that would probably be about the way I would go with this too. Then after that, once I've seen what each thing has to offer, like I'll get into all the magic. I'll get into rune magic, I'll get into the standard magic stuff. I'll get into all of that. And once I've done all the magic and understand how all the magic works, then I'll start thinking about like hybrid builds. So like take Skyrim for example. My first ever character I played in Skyrim was a standard archer character. The second build I ever did was a mage that used all forms of magic. And then shortly after that, I think my third build was warrior build, and then fourth build was like a conjuration mage that used the bound bow as its main bow. Mostly because bound bow was really broken back when Skyrim was fresh.
One arm feels like it's someplace kind of high up. My missing leg feels like it's someplace low and open.
Nah, I'm not gonna smash his skull. No. We'll do the fetch quest. We're gonna do it as intended first, then maybe. Okay, so he's got a leg by water and arm up really high, where he feels things moving about if he really stretches his arm. Okay, water. Probably down this way. Arm really high up, maybe up here. My corruption level's getting high, and I'm gonna have to start dealing with stuff. I shouldn't swear as much. Get in a bad habit of swearing. An arm. Let's not go down there. So yeah, you would normally have to go through here and clear out all this stuff probably because his body parts are here. Since I've already done that, that's why I'm not smashing his skull in. What's this? I did not find that body. Let's see. Magic's a good choice. I'm trying to read the other conversation about the chests and loot and stashes and stuff too. Let me get back to the guy and where it's safe and I'm not constantly building up corruption. Should be in here. Yes. Magic is a good choice. Quite a few variations how you can approach magic. Quite a few variations on warriors and rogues too. A bunch of ways to approach things with these skill trees making build. Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's so many diverse builds, but I feel like I gotta understand, like, what is rune magic? How does rune magic work? What are the things that you can do with rune magic? Then I could be like, okay, now that I know all this, now I could do, like, warrior with rune magic or whatever, you know, and combine that. You know, that's probably what I would go into. That's why I want to do, like, kind of all magic next playthrough, because I can kind of understand where that is. Hybrid builds. Trying to shove all magic into one build could be very awkward. It can work, kinda. I was pretty good at hybrid builds. Well, the thing is, like, all magic, what I mean by that is be able to at least use, you know, all of it. Whether or not I main it as a build, I don't think I would. But, like, just be able to use it.
It's in the frozen cave back near the entrance. It should be near the bottom of the ramp.
Takes inhuman speed. Okay, he gave me a recipe for something I already have. But that's cool. And he gave me 2 fish soups. Yeah, the ghosts. No. I think we just need to actually go this way. Oh, prayer claymore, that's cool. Okay, so you can fight this weird ghost thing. Okay, I suppose I should probably do that then. Come here, you. Ah, come on. Over here. I don't do ethereal damage. Come here. There we go. Doesn't look like you get anything for killing that, other than it not bothering you anymore for a bit. How much corruption am I? A lot. I was in that cave for a long time. I am 88%. Brutal Knuckles. Inflicts confusion. Obsidian Chakram, yes. Prayer Claymore, I know is worth money, but I just don't have that. And I don't need more money anyway. So, it's not really a point in grabbing things just because they're worth money. At this point, I'm grabbing things. I mean, I'm grabbing the gems because they're gems. They don't weigh much and they're worth a lot. But at this point, most of everything I have, I intend on storing so that I can use it when it's like, hey, you know, you're gonna die unless you do this thing. Don't you turn around and fight me now. You better leave me alone.
Oh boy.
Okay, there's an altar I need to deal with. Okay, let me grab my pressure plate. Oh, the corruption specter isn't. Oh, hello. He die, and he come back. He's not really a ghost. Interesting. Even though he's called the Spectre and makes all the sounds a ghost does and floats around. Okay. Well, there's not really a point to grabbing things if they're worth money because I have 42 gold ingots at my house. So if I want anything, I can pretty much have it right now. Okay, where are we? That's what I want. Oh, I think I know where I am. Hello, ghost. Ah. I was curious where that took me. I'm pretty sure I know where that is because I found that other side of it a long time ago.
Oh boy.
Okay, I would assume this is the altar. He says there's too much corruption. Too much for him to do. Is there anything else? What am I missing? I feel like there's more. This isn't done yet. Can't be. There was the, the boss reward chest thing. But, like, he keeps talking about, like, I can't do this alone. Hint. I'm really done with him. Man. That's kind of crazy, honestly. Really would have expected more. Not like it was disappointing, his dialogue seemed to give away, like, that he had more to do. Okay, so I am over here on this side of Ancient Ruins. Great. Bandit Camp, great. Cirzo there, okay. This is also the same bandit camp that likes to put spikes on the left side of the bridge if we're coming from this way, so I need to remember that. So that I don't step on it and bleed to death. I don't think I need that. Yeah, I've been in the bandit camp. I killed the bandit leader there twice, I think. He was some of my sources of early money. I came back here after I had sniper shot and the jump shot. Farmed him and the ice witches and basically everybody else to get some money. Okay, but now that I think on it, I didn't finish the Cabal of Wind Tower. The Vigil Pylon, I don't think there's much more to do. I've been in the Conflux Mountain. I've been to Vendaval Fortress. I've not been down to these ancient ruins, I don't think. So that's kind of the only area marked on the map that I haven't been to. Yeah, the Cabal of Wind Tower is the shaman guy, yeah. But I haven't finished, unless the totems he's talking about, like go touch all the totems, he said there's 4. Unless those are across the world and not just in that area, I didn't finish that. I found the one. So I think there's more for me to do with him yet. I'm gonna put some of these arrows away too. I don't need to have 80 of them on me. So you don't take the breakthrough, they don't do anything. Okay.
Greetings, friend.
You know, I was gonna save these potions, but now that I think about it, I don't need to. I'll keep the Great Life Potion, though. I don't really have any of those. I have normal life potions. I have 15 of these mushrooms. I don't know what they do. I got some good stuff out of it. I got some good stuff out of exploration, though. I got a lot of money-making stuff, and got a lot of magic stuff. Enchanting stuff. This guy just doesn't even have enough money for me. Hello, game. There we go. Yes. I love buying his 3 gold ingots and then him still paying me in silver. Which reminds me, Alchemist Lady,
Hey
I
there.
could really use one of those special little anti-corruption potions. But I don't think you have any of those that I'm seeing. Yeah, I don't think your stock has restocked, and I bought them when I got here. So, yeah, we're kinda SOL for a bit. There is, I think, a couple neat unmarked areas. Feels like you can find a thing or two in places you've been. Check out the fishmonger in the docks. I guess we have a long-term friend. Yeah, you could say that. I'm gonna keep a little bit on me. Alright, chat, tell me, how many power coils do I need per, this bag that I should be finding? 4, 5, 3, 12, 15, 13? I'm gonna grab 2 right now, until I see some answers. Okay, we did that right. Two. Okay. Kind of figured they wouldn't use more than 2. I need to cook all of these seeds. I need to grab my salt. Is it a legitimate strategy for people to just, once they have multiple homes, come back to this region, grab like 10 water skins, and just like make salt with them, and then store like 600 salt in their bin, and be like, okay, I never need salt again? Because I feel like my brain is about to do that. I got a ton of teas. I'm gonna sell the beetles. Egg was needed for the meringue, but I can't make that without cactus fruit, and I don't have any of that here because wrong region. Egg is also used in the crimp nut thing, so I need to grab those. The endurance potions. Because they're in here rotting away until I figure something out. I'm just gonna probably sell those anyway, but it's better than selling egg and crimp nuts separately. Running low on water. Lots of egg. Enchanting pillars can go away. What are we doing? Enchanting pillars. Firefly powder, salt, blue sand, palladium. Yeah, okay. Life potions. Pungent paste I might sell. Daggers. Nightmare mushroom. What are these used in? Alchemy, probably. Or is there some, like, super awesome food dish? I would assume alchemy. Probably for magic stuff, because it says stimulate the mind. Back in my day, you could even sell salt for 1 silver. Yeah, I bet they remove that real quick. Nothing I really need. But what does it do in general? Like, if I don't need them, I can sell them, but I'm kind of curious because, like, if it's alchemy, which I'm assuming it is, and I'm assuming it's for magic, maybe I should, like, learn what it makes? Not that I need more money, but maybe I should make the potions if I have the other ingredients or whatever. Or maybe not.
Is there something you need?
Because I definitely don't need the money, but, I feel like it's a waste to just let them rot. $26 toxic charges. I'll keep some of these in my box. How about that? Because I know I don't need that many. You can fry it, eat it for an alertness level and stamina, or you can also make some potions that you'll probably never use. Back then, he's like 12 or 16 power coils would be so cool. Eventually, I'll have to go turn the silver into gold, but later. Let me at least cook one of these nightmare mushrooms. Increases awareness. Alert. Extend the period of invulnerability when dodging, but makes you more vulnerable to damage. Interesting. That's kind of cool. It might actually. So it's more iframes, but more damage too. That's honestly not bad. I don't know if I'd really use it that much myself, but I'm gonna have a few of these on me. That actually seems like it could be kind of nice. I'm assuming they're found in corrupted areas, so that kind of sucks, but yeah, that's kind of cool. I'm gonna keep a couple just in case I run into something where I'm like, I want to do that. Good, it feels really good to be back down to not over encumbered all the time. Oh, I'm not saying like I'll never make money, but I don't think I'm at the point anymore where I was picking up swords to sell them. I think I'm gonna pick up gems, you know, mana stones are worth a lot. I'm gonna stockpile like potions, mana stones, bunch of different ingredients and stuff like that to make potions, things that don't spoil, a lot of that stuff. Like, they'll still make money. I'll still be making money, but before I was picking up the steel saber because it's worth 72 silver. I might still do that,
Hey there.
but like, only when I have the space to spare, which I currently don't. So... Alright, at this point, since I've searched most of the region, in which direction should I be heading to find this mystical backpack? I also can't believe I've been streaming for 6 hours. I'm not gonna get my YouTube posted in very fashionable time today, but I should still get it done. There's just a few touch-ups I want to do, and then probably upload it and post it. North. Alright. Even more north? So, yeah, like along this way, I guess. I didn't put my arrows away, but whatever, it's fine. Now that I have a ton more space in my backpack, I should be fine for a while. Isn't this like a troglodyte cave? I think I've been in here. I found the mushroom shield, yeah. Which you could probably get again because this game's loot resets. Oil, hey. We taking that? Gravel beetle too, nice. Okay, so if it's in the north, like... Have I been there before? Because I've been to all the main 3 locations. Am I really blind? Like, really, really blind? Or do they not tell you about this backpack when you talk to people? Because I've been inside this fort before. And I've killed people twice. So, is it in the fort? I highly doubt that, but maybe? Because otherwise, I'm going back the way I came. All the way back to the Cabal of Wind Tower. Through the ruins and all that. Think it's maybe in the fort. Maybe. Okay. I'm wondering why I don't, like, it was one of those, you should know it when you see it. I've been here. I don't remember anything crazy. I've been in that tower. You know what, there was a room that was locked or something over here. Hello, ghost. Thank you for showing up right now. Will the ghost guy fight the bandit guys? Yeah, he's actually not really a ghost. I don't think they will. It'd be fun if they did, but I don't think they will. He's actually not that strong. Good to know. Yeah. Oh, hello, other bandit chief guy. Okay. Alright. You need to calm down. Okay, I'll hit your friend instead. I love how he came from the top ropes. He was like, I don't need to worry about fall damage. And just decided that he was gonna ruin my day. Okay. Now we wait a bit. Okay. Right, he dodges pretty much everything. I really didn't intend on fighting this guy too. Why am I stuck, game? Okay. Come here, you. I missed. No ammunition. I hate that. I hate that I have 80 arrows on me, and the game's like, you don't have any ammunition. Bull. Like, I get they come in quivers, and the quiver was empty, and I needed to equip another quiver, but... Come on. Are we really gonna be that particular about it? Okay. Fire. Yeah, oh. Okay. Oh, wow, you actually can't. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, you take fire damage now. Cool. Cleaver halberd. Again. Traps, gem, key, bread. And each gathering spot is 3 grilled ones. Last an okay amount of time. You can have still rot storage bag at home. Huh. I guess it makes sense. He had an arrow in him. That's funny. Okay, let's break this down. What am I doing? Arrow. Thank you. Oh, look, everything all over again. Yeah, there was this room over here. I completely forgot about this. Not another one of you. I think it was in here. Maybe it wasn't here. Oh, there is this door. Yeah. And then there's that in there. And at the time I was in here, I couldn't figure out how to open that. I'm probably still not smart enough to figure out how to open that. Because I remember seeing this and going like, wow. There we go. Now it just opens? What did I do different? Because that door did not open before. Well, there's the backpack. I've literally been in here, saw that door, and it didn't open. So, you need power coils to open it, probably? Is that what it was? Yeah, you put them in the door. I see. Okay. I assumed that somebody... Equipping this backpack slows your dodge. Well, I don't think it does, because everything else think this one also says that, but you know, it doesn't because perk. Yeah, there we go. Then we have the lantern. So that's what it was. The frickin' power coils. I never had those. I definitely saw that door and that room and then just have completely forgotten about that. Never would have come back for this. Would have said I cleared this fort 1,000,000 times. Because I did, and I saw it both times. Didn't stick out to me. I don't know why. The dangerous thing about giving me this, though, is that I'm going to start hauling around an alchemy kit. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing with my build, but I haven't needed one so far. So... Oh, hello, Ice Witch. There you are. I was wondering where you went. I find it really funny that they put it in this fort. I guess to give you a reason to come back to this region. So that's a question I have. You guys probably actually know this. For like loot like power coils. I didn't start finding power coils until I was told that the water thing needed power coils. So is that like when they start spawning, or did I just get really unlucky and never see any until that point? Because I feel like had I had a power coil and was in this fort and had tried to interact with that door, it would have used it. I just never even knew they existed until I needed it for the water softener thingy. Not water softener, for the distillery, whatever you want to call that. The purifier. That's probably what it's called. Yeah, I know you can find them in supply chests because that's how I found the first ones I found for the water purifier. I didn't buy them in Levant or anything like that. I found them. That's how I found most of my power coils, actually. Tells stuff over the... Yeah, it does a little pop-up if it says, like, locked. I just didn't see an interact prompt before. Because, like, you have to be on this side, and I probably walked up to the door, like, on this side and never touched that. Should probably grab that anyway. But do you know if the power coils enter the loot pool after a while, or if it's just always there? I guess was my main question. Because I am kind of curious how I just happened to never find any, and then just happened to find one the moment I had a quest that was like, hey, go get some. It's there from the start. Ah, weird. See, I feel like I would have had a different interaction with that door had I found power coils earlier. So, huh. Well, cool. I have the backpack now. And we're already up to 73 pounds, which is absolutely okay for me. Ah, the spikes, every time. I was too busy looking at what's fighting over there. Frickin' spikes. I got distracted by the combat, was not paying attention where I was going. I didn't realize there was a horror that was fighting out here. Again, never saw a horror in this region ever, and I've been here at least 4 times. I've run through, like, this bridge area. So it makes me feel like certain things start spawning after you do certain quests, or whatever. Find certain things. Huh. Because I've never seen him on either side of this before. And I explored all of that and this bridge. I've been through here multiple times, so like, I don't know, weird. I guess I'm just kind of unlucky when it comes to random encounter stuff. Like, I'm lucky because I'll find it. It's better than not finding it, but I'm unlucky when it comes to the timing of it. I don't really need this, but I'm grabbing it, I guess. Travel rations if I need them. The fact that it's on this shore is technically a very rare bug. Is it supposed to be on the other shore? Like, not this bridge, but that bridge over there. Or, you mean it's on the other side of the bridge with the bandit camp? Because I've just never seen it in general. I didn't see a horror until I was in Levant. But I also didn't go looking for them in the Enmerkar Forest either. Wow, he is just absolutely melting everything. There's not so much walk past him. I was just kind of looking around. I don't know if I really want to fight him, but I suppose I'll build some traps and fight him. I don't have a lot of desire to fight him at the moment. I don't really want any other horror things. I guess there's the possibility, though, of it being useful in other crafting recipes. Is he, like, supposed to be over there and that's why he's walking that way? Goodbye. Look at the shrimp pile. I know. I saw a bandit guy, like bandit chief on one of the beaches do that too. Had a pile of shrimp and then he was like pretty weakened from that, so I took him out with the bow and I had his brutal club and his tower shield for a long time. All I see is money. Yeah, I'm less into it for the money. It's not really a pain to set 4 pressure plate traps or anything like that. I just like... It's not exactly fun to set traps and then pick them back up all the time. It's sort of my build, but I've been doing it, you know... A good half of the amount of time I've played has been traps. And I just did an entire dungeon with it, so I'm like, man... I want to use my bow. I want to shoot things. And I know that they're, like, resistant to my stuff. I mean, they still take poison damage, but it's not anything crazy. Well, I suppose... one thing I could do is go back through the Magic Mountain and, farm some stuff. I've already learned all the skills from all the guys in there. There is that one thing, I don't remember what it's called. The dinosaur-looking thing in the, by the creek. I could probably take him out and farm whatever that is off him. The mountain itself will have a lot of mana stones, which I can use to make more fire stones, which I do use for my pressure plate traps fairly regularly. There's a rock mantis at the top. There's the rusty sword that I've already grabbed up there. which I believe is used with a couple of things to make a sword that's okay, or something. It's like an Easter egg. Don't really have a reason to gather turnips, but okay. Just wanted to ask if you've seen Bluey. Like the show? No, I've not. Unless you're giving the nickname Bluey to a creature. There is a blue creature, I think, in the mountain, if that's whom you're calling Bluey. But no, I have not watched Bluey. I don't have any kids or anything. And I don't exactly watch kids shows on my, like, own time. And I don't babysit for anybody, and I just don't really have time around kids where I would see it in passing. Most of the kids in my family are now, you know, they're old enough where that's not really being watched. And I don't think it was as much of a phenomenon when they were young. I know it's been around for a while, but I don't remember any of my aunts and uncles, like, throwing that on there. And I'm an only child, so it's not like I had a younger brother or anything, but I'm also not that young either, so Bluey was after my time. Hey, look, more arrows. Bluey is a good show. I've heard it's a good show. The Dino in the Mountain. Yes, I have seen him, though. Bluey is a good show. I've heard, even from adults, that it is a fun show to watch for parents as well as their children. So, like, I don't discredit it at all. It's kind of like after my time, so I never got into it. Never saw it, never knew anybody who really got into it. Assassin Elixir Poison Imbue is the only imbue that applies to bows. Really? See, had I known that before, I might have actually, like, invested in that. I don't really want to fight the rock mantis, so I think I'm just going to go for the crystal, and then, we'll be fine. So I can definitely see where people in the beginning of this game will just farm this region for power coils till they get this backpack. And then they will pick up pretty much everything, sell everything, and go from there. Give themselves 600 salt. I can definitely see now, having played through it kind of myself, where people would, like, you know, meta this game and kind of figure out, like, okay, I just started the game, first thing to do is grab this water skin and loot every water skin I find off of every bandit, and then, you know, just spend the next 20 minutes farming salt water or whatever the heck. I can totally see where people would start doing that. Honestly, I will say it's kind of nice to have a backpack that's like normal again. The Prospector one was cool with the lantern hanging in the front, but honestly, I never really loved the design. I just got used to it. Although, the lantern being on the back is not as bright, obviously, but it's fine. For 110 carry weight, I'll take the fact that it's on the back of the backpack. I missed. No, stop rolling. Wow, I just timed that way wrong. Arrow jerky, don't care about travel ration. I've got plenty of those. Arrows and salt. That's another thing. I won't say the desert has no bandits, but I feel like you find them in clusters. It'll be like, yeah, here's 12 bandits. And then here's nothing. It'll just be bugs for a while. Something I've noticed between regions. Because I guess in this game, the only really, like, animals that you fight are, like, hyenas, so... Find some other pretty cool backpacks out there too, maybe sometime. Are they like unique backpacks where you like have to do a puzzle thing or have somebody craft it or something? Or is it like just ones you buy? Because I've seen some other backpacks. You know what? Isn't the Holy Mission entrance to this, like, supposed to be more dangerous and longer or something than this one? I could just do the Blue Chamber one again. I've never gone the other way, but, you know what? I don't really care about that, I guess, right now. Or maybe it's shorter and more dangerous, but this one's longer and less dangerous or something. I don't really mind. They're troglodytes. I should be able to deal with them now, given my character's experience and everything. Almost half the backpacks are unique ones. Nice. It's cool. I'll have to keep an eye out for more stuff like that as I'm exploring. I do intend to kind of go through all the regions once again. Technically, I guess I don't know that, so I'll just take the recipe for it. Don't think it's too difficult to make Amylite boots. No, look at that. You just swap out the chest piece for the boots. Right. Oh, there you are. Hi. Yeah, you're just a Planosaur. Okay, yeah, I know you. This one doesn't appear to be blue, so is he no longer unique because I've taken care of him once before? And this one's not an alpha, it's just a normal one. Is there still a blue one down here? Not that I'm seeing. Let's see. Blue chamber you run through the desert is just a lot of annoying rough course sand. So used for people stuff. There's naturalistic logic to many things like that. There are 5 to 6 backpacks that are meta, a few others that have some interesting quirks, making them fit a niche. Trogs in damp and cool mushroomy caves, shrimps by water, all that stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I've killed the blue one already. Mini boss creature's a one-time thing, unique enemy. In some cases, that unique enemy is replaced with a normal version. Like ice versus, yeah, to normal. Yeah. That makes sense. So you can't farm him
Welcome.
for anything.
Bow your head in respect, for you have come to the end of a ley line.
I do like how you can drink ley line water. Like, it's just freaking blue Gatorade, and you could just totally, like, munch on that. It's fine.
Welcome, May. Never underestimate. If you wish to learn the most complex of spells, seek out rune magic.
Feel free to use one of our boats to return to the surface.
Is there anything... Oh my god. Enough with the weird ghost.
Feel free to use one of our boats to return to the surface.
Ow! What? What? Oh, this is still salt water. Oh well. I'll boil that out, I guess. Have I ever boiled ley line water? You know what? No, I haven't. That is a good question. Because I have salt water that I didn't need, so... I don't know why I never thought to do that. Sugar? Interesting. It really is Gatorade. How about that? This is the first time I've ever seen sugar, though. Interesting.
Magic is the weapon of a patient warrior.
I'm fine with him being able to hit me through walls if I could also hit him back through walls. Interesting. Sugar. It really is Gatorade. Like, it really is. Blue sand. I got a shrimp. Should gather some seaweed while I'm out here too. Blue sand is really cool. I do like that mechanic too, the sparkling sand to kind of show you that there's something unique here. Just going to assume by now these bandits have respawned. We're already taking them out. Oh, it's an alpha. Why are you... Why? Why are you this way? Don't you have any self-preservation? How? I'm not going to die to a bird. Ghost, not now! Oh my god! Okay, I'm just grabbing everything. I don't care. I'm not looking at it. The alpha pearl bird is scarier than the Wendigo. He did kind of just show up on me. So one thing I've never figured out in this region is this hut over here. I don't know what the importance of it is, but I have never... Wait, doesn't this thing heal you? Unequaled in healing wounds over time. Okay. Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, I never figured out whatever this is. Workbench, if you know how to use it. Like, enchanting? No? Magic? Maybe? I have no clue. Ah, it's specific to a skill tree. Got it. I was gonna say, I feel like if it was somewhat relevant as in, like, exploration part, like this game kind of is, it would have, like, you know, popped up at some point, been like, yeah, if you ever see one of these, do X, Y, Z. But no. Okay, skill tree. Makes sense. It is a cool workbench. Yeah, not gonna lie. I do think it's really cool. That's why I was like, I've never figured this out. What is this? Because I kind of want to use it, but not for me, I guess. The one thing I will say about Outward, I don't think it needs to be bigger. Like, the mountains in those ranges, I don't necessarily need to go to those, but I would say whatever is intended for exploration, as in, like, hey, this whole map is where the player can go. I wish you could climb every hill and every mountain. Ooh, I might take damage here. Yeah, I definitely took damage here, but that's fine. I have unparalleled healing, right? I wish I could climb every hill. It does kind of feel weird to hit invisible barriers. Like, not the end of the world or anything, but it does feel a little odd when it's like, you can climb that hill that I just climbed, but you can't climb, I don't know, this hill. Because I've tried before. And I get it. It means they don't intend for you to go up there, but, like, it's still within the boundaries of this region, so I would like to be able to. Even if I'm not supposed to be up there, just let me be able to walk up there if I somehow manage to make it up there. Hoping they have a little bit more openness in Outward, too. I don't need a map that's like, everything you see you can go to. I don't need Breath of the Wild or anything like that. I would just like to, if you somehow manage to get on top of this mountain, cool. And you could just walk on it for a bit. Alright, Alchemist, please give me one of these frickin' potions.
Hey there!
2 of them, yes. No hesitation.
Hey there!
You can probably find a route where you can wheel yourself up most mountains. Yeah. You can, but you hit an invisible barrier on a lot of them. Like a height barrier, a ceiling. Which is odd. Whatever. I'll keep the backpack. Not like I need it, but I'll keep it. It's fine. I don't need another one of these fort keys, but I'm not taking it back now. I should have sold this. I don't know why I still have it. Azure Shrimp I have not actually found a use for yet. Yeah. I mean, I think it would have been fine unless it's like they're literally missing like textures and hitboxes. Or like collision boxes, not hitboxes. I think it would have been fine to have those hills so that you can like completely book it past things if you want, even if there's no resources, like no iron, no whatever, like I think it would have been completely fine to have just an empty something up there if it just means it's kind of a shortcut for me to move. Of course, they probably intend for you to be in danger and to not really ever feel completely safe, so, you know, taking the shortcut would probably circumvent that. Why did I never put the cold stones away? Whatever, it's fine. Somebody said something about talking to fishermen or something around here. It's not this guy, because that's what's his face's brother, if he's even still here.
Greetings, friend.
Fishmonger. He has a lot of fish. He has 10 gold ingots. Oh my god, dude. Why is he so much richer than, like, everybody else?
All right.
I mean, what is that? 1,000? Because it's, yeah, 100 per gold ingot, so yeah. 1,000 gold is nothing to scoff at, honestly. For a fish? That sell at, like, 2 silver? I guess not 1,000 gold, 1,000 silver, but, yeah, whatever. You know what I mean. Maybe I'll do the trick with the salt for a second. Nothing crazy. I just, instead of stealing it from my own inventory, maybe or my box, I actually, you know, get some. Swimming in the marsh. Didn't somebody say that's a really bad idea last time I streamed? Like it poisons you or something? Alright. Well, I think I should probably cook this meat up and then probably call it quits for tonight. I've been going for almost 7 hours of streaming, which is quite a lot. Let's see. Do that. Sure, that's fine. And this time, I'm keeping some of my money on me, so when I get back into the forest, I can freaking buy the house that I want to buy. I'll take 3. If I use them, great. If I don't, cool. Whatever. Oh, man. 100 decay resistance, you literally sit there all day. That's funny. Even some stuff in there, interesting. When you can drink poison rivers and not worry, marsh is fun. Yeah. Alright, yeah, today was a really, really, really long day, but you know what? It was worth it. It was fun. I didn't get to play last Friday. Had to cancel my stream, so I guess I made up for last Friday. Hey, Spectre, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Alright. I really like what I've seen of your approach to stuff so far. Great time. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dots. I have appreciated you guys hanging out and chatting and talking to me about stuff and not directly giving me like, hey, just go here, dude. I love when people like actually engage in a meaningful way. I love when you guys are, I was like, it's not the fort, is you're like, maybe. I'm like, okay, it's the fort. But you only did that after I had asked and was like, okay, I genuinely don't know what I'm missing. It was a good time. Fun time hanging out. I really want to figure out Enchanting, but the Alchemist here doesn't sell anything for Enchanting. So I feel like the next thing I want to do, which should be Wednesday, I'm going to go back into the Enmerkar Forest. I'm going to go through, like, kind of all of the dungeons there. Sort of like I did with the desert today. And then I'll buy the house in Berg. I'll hang out there and just farm what I can, buy what I can. Maybe try some enchanting. If I can, and then I will... I don't know. After that, I'll probably head over to the marsh. Maybe I'll head over to the marsh on Wednesday, too. The Lich owes me some stuff for beating him. And then, I think if I can enchant great, I kind of want to know some more bow recipes, honestly. That's one thing that's sort of been bothering me, is I don't know anything for, like, bow crafting. And I feel like I've heard somebody say there's an obsidian bow, so maybe I should play around and figure that out. Even though obsidian says specifically used to craft bludgeoning weapons. Maybe I'll look up some bow crafting recipes. I don't necessarily want to, because I'm afraid... My biggest problem with looking up stuff on a wiki is a lot of times it'll be like, hey, bows. You'll go to the bow page. And they'll be like, yeah, here's all the bows. And then you'll see one, you're like, cool, whatever, obsidian bow or whatever you're trying to look for. You click on it, it's like, this can only be found after defeating Lord Spoiler, the Spoiled. And I'm like, god damn it. Like, I'm always like, no, don't tell me that I have to fight this boss and you told me exactly where he is and how to beat him. Every single time that happens, I'm like, no. So I try not to look anything up my first time through, which is why I'm really happy that you guys have been able to, like, kind of fill me in when I wanted help and just what I needed and not, like, go do this and battle this boss. Oh, let me go back. How you liked my no eating Subnautica vid, Panzer? Well, thanks for watching that. No, seriously, it was awesome. It sounds difficult. It kind of was, yeah. I did it on hardcore, and kind of no vehicles at the same time too. This balding guy over here. I'm receding. I'm getting old, guys. I'm really good at making videos. Well, I appreciate the promotion. I didn't ask for that. Now I'm blushing. But no, honestly, I love that you like my content. There should be another Subnautica video coming out hopefully tonight. The plan was to have it done by noon, and I just didn't have enough time before stream, and then I had a 7-hour stream, which I was not planning on. So the plan is for me to log off, eat, watch my video, upload it to YouTube, upload the thumbnail that goes with it. Hopefully it's okay. I think I did okay on it. Wait for it to process and all that other stuff, and it should be up hopefully in a few hours. I don't want to really put a clock on it though, so no later than tomorrow at noon in case I don't get it done and I'm tired and go to bed or something tonight, but very fun. The caravan guy next stream, yeah, doesn't he take you to the DLC, or am I missing something? Vintage Story Challenge runs, I am working on another one of those too. It is a jungle challenge for anybody who knows anything about Vintage Story. If you don't know, the TLDR is that it's sort of a derivative of Minecraft, but what if everything was realistic and, like, difficult? So, I am working on another challenge for that, but Subnautica is usually faster to make. And I did a lot of Vintage Story before I started switching over to Subnautica, so I've got a ton of things to do, and I'm not quite burned out on Subnautica yet. And who knows, in the future there might even be outward YouTube videos, because I like making videos. Orenburg, there are some recipes that blacksmith sells. You gotta keep a close eye on all the recipes that on sale at merchants. I try to check them every time I'm in the area. I do. I just 9 times out of 10, I don't find anything new. It's like, do you want to know how to make palladium spikes? Pretty sure I know how to make palladium spikes. Even though I haven't bought the recipe. That's the one that keeps coming up. I need to promote great content. You're too kind, honestly. I'm glad you love my content, honestly. It really makes me happy. I never intended on being into content creation whatsoever. I personally always had it in my brain that people would scoff at me making content creation, and I've gotten way more support than I ever thought. So it really means a lot for people actually saying that they've enjoyed their time hanging out, not just on stream, but the YouTube videos and whatnot. And I've gotten a lot of support from my family that I didn't expect either, and my friends, they've given me support, but weirdly more of a outpour of support from my family than my friends. So crazy. I wasn't expecting that, but I don't know. There was a mental block. I should have gotten into content creation a decade ago when I first thought about it. But now I'm getting into it now, so, and I will stay into it probably. The added enchantments and some stuff. So, one of the DLCs starts a quest line that is timed. Is that the Three Brothers DLC then? So if I just don't go there, then I'm okay? Support is needed. You're doing it basically for free. What is there not to support? Hey, I mean, yeah, it feels good to know that people are willing to at least, you know, talk about it. I never ever thought that I'd have a random person promote my content to other people for me. Just really didn't. I thought I would have to put it all in myself. I mean, I know that's how YouTubers get bigger, is people like it and they share it with people, but like, I'm still small. I only started about 6 months ago, so, and I've been streaming for approaching a year now. It might have even actually already been a year. But I streamed as like for fun. It was Vintage Story and my setup wasn't great. It's still kind of not that great. Could be better. But I've made improvements over the year and I will continue to do so. But I always kind of thought that I'd have to, like, you know, promote it myself and put it out there and all that type of stuff. And now that, you know, I've had a few people talk about it and share this with other people unprompted, it's cool to see. I don't have great words for it, but other than I can only say thank you to people who are doing that, because it means a lot. It really does. You promoted my videos to some of your friends. Wow. Well, I appreciate that. That really means a lot, seriously. Because it's that type of promotion, that word of mouth stuff that I want to do. I don't want to, like, I don't ever want to try to put a post on Reddit or something and self-promo to, you know, any random subs and stuff like that that do that. I just kind of want it to be out there, and if people like it, they like it, and if they don't, they don't. You know, I hope that people like it. I put effort into them. It could be better. I can't say my content is top tier. I hope that people like it. I mean, obviously some people do. I think my editing skills could be a little bit better than what they are, but I think I do good. I think I make good stuff, so it's reassuring to hear from people that, yes, they enjoy what I've made so far. Means a lot. So, and I will never forget those that have been around in the early days. If you do happen to stick around and have time to catch up, I do appreciate it all the time. I might take a minute, though. I have a really hard time remembering people unless you recur, like, do recurring things. If you miss, you know, obviously a couple streams or whatever, and not a big deal. People have lives. I'm not expecting you to make it to all of my streams, but I've had, like, a person on YouTube just side tangent thing before I go, even though I've been doing that this whole time. He keeps popping in here, and I remember his name. The reason why I remember him, though, is not for what we originally talked about, but the fact that he keeps popping in and he just says, "Hey, Knight, remember me?" And I go, "Hey, you? Yes, I do, but what did we talk about?" And then he ghosts and he disappears. I'm like, what? Like, now I know him as the guy who pops in and asks if I remember him. So the answer's yes. But I don't know why I should be remembering him other than that. Let's see. They both start sometimes stuff with Three Brothers as the final hard, difficult endgame story DLC, and the main-ish timed quest to worry about after factions. You can put it off for a very long time, though, and see other stuff in the game, and Swordboard, well, you get into Swordboard and it offers some stuff. So, let's see. Hearing this guy doing nice things for voting seems like a small thing. Well, I mean, still, though. I never asked for it, so seeing it is just kind of, I don't know, weird. It's surreal. I just never thought it would happen. Top tier content's not about the production value, it's about the passion you see in the video. I sure hope a lot of people feel that way. I want my stuff to be, you know, better, flashier, and cooler, and thumbnails to be more enticing, because that's how you get to be successful. But I take the skills that I know right now, and I try to always add little improvements every time I do something. It might be something unrecognizable, and it might even be some downgrades from time to time by accident. I try something and it doesn't work, you know? But, you know, it's the learning curve, it's the process. But hopefully my content can be fun and remain top tier for people who enjoy it all the time. I never plan on switching to some clickbaity title thing and be like, 10 reasons why you should like my channel. And do all that other stuff. I'm never gonna get into that. I hate seeing the stupid AI generated thumbnails with the dude on the camera and his face and him pointing at something. Like, I hate that. I really do myself. Even though that's what sells. You know? So if I can get support for not doing it, I won't do it. But ultimately, it is a career, so I'm trying not to do those things and trying to build it based off of what my values are. And hopefully that's popular enough with people, you know. And my opinions are not always right. I get a lot of... I got a lot of people who yelled at me for a couple of my Subnautica takes, but, you know, they're my takes. My opinions. They can be wrong to other people. Anyway, yes, thank you all for being here. You know what, as a final reward, she's sleeping, but I can still show you, maybe. Room's a bit of a mess because I didn't get time to clean it yet today, but as a final reward, since we're having a nice fun conversation here today, let me see if I can get Gracie on camera. She's kind of sleeping though. Yeah, it's a bit of a mess. There she is. Hi, Gracie. She's chilling in her chair. Big yawn. So if you stick around, more cat time for sure. She likes to interrupt the streams frequently. So anyway, do a little fun thing there at the end. Alrighty, everyone, I gotta get going. I am dying. I'm so hungry. So thanks for everybody stopping by. And hopefully catch you guys Wednesday. Check the stream schedule and stuff. It may be subject to updates. I'm started doing more of a midday thing these days, but I think I'm going to keep Fridays as a later evening thing. So anyway, just keep an eye out. Anyway, bye-bye. Don't keep me here.